Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight we're diving into the lore of the Iron Hands. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for the support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
Purged Secundus burned beneath a sky that had forgotten the color of dawn. From orbit, the Forge Hive world resembled a black iron skull held in the fist of a dying star. Its oceans had long ago been boiled away to feed cooling towers and reactor cathedra. Its mountain ranges had been strip-mined into skeletal ridges of exposed ore. Its continents were no longer continents, but layered plates of manufactorum cities, trench belts, ash deserts, macro-rail causeways, fortress bastions, and hive spires so vast their upper reaches pierced the poisoned cloud cover like the broken teeth of a dead god. Now those teeth were burning. Orbital debris fell in a slow, incandescent rain. Shattered troop barges tumbled through the atmosphere, each one vomiting trails of fire and bodies. Men fell by the thousands, already dead or still screaming, their uniforms aflame, their lasguns fused to their hands, their bones liquefying under the heat of re-entry before they struck the hive roofs as greasy red impacts. Ammunition ships broke apart over the equatorial trench belts and scattered munitions across the front in storms of secondary detonations. Cathedral fortresses opened their void shields like cracked halos and took the falling wreckage upon them, each impact ringing through the upper atmosphere like a hammer blow against a coffin lid. Below, billions fought and died. The trench continents of Vorgast were swollen with corpses. Penal battalions in iron shock collars were driven into minefields by commissarial gun lines. Hive militia in rust-red flak armor fired until their lasgun barrels split, then clubbed at the things climbing over the parapets with entrenching tools and broken bayonets. Manufactorum slaves, branded with work gang numerals and oath scars, were given stub rifles and told that the Emperor would count their deaths as labor fulfilled. Mordian detachments held parade-straight firing lines in streets where the paving stones had turned slick with blood and machine oil. Skitari cohorts marched through radiation fog in perfect lockstep, galvanic rifles crackling, their binharic cant hissing above the screams of men being pulled apart by things that had once been men. The enemy had come from the warp, from betrayal, from the deep rot beneath human weakness. Chaos cult infantry flooded the world in ragged oceans. They came in corpse masks and torn uniforms, wearing flayed skin as banners and forge chain as prayer beads. Traitor militia marched beside them in captured armor, their tanks daubed with blasphemous scripture, their gun barrels wrapped in intestine, their voxcasters spewing laughter, static, and hymns to thirsting gods. Mutants swarmed in the manufactorum underways, swollen by bad blood and worse blessings, their jaws splitting into lamprey rings, their arms multiplying into hooks and claws, their bellies full of teeth that gnawed through their own skin as they ran. For 77 solar days, Vorgast Secundus had called for deliverance. The Imperium had answered with more men, then more dead. Only when 3 forge hives fell silent, when the primary plasma refineries were threatened, when astropathic choirs died screaming in their sanctums and transmitted the same iron phrase until their skulls burst, did the black ships come. They translated from the warp without glory. There was no trumpet blare of triumph across the command vox, no hymnals, no promise of salvation. Reality tore open at the edge of the system in a wound of cold light, and the Iron Hands fleet emerged from it like a verdict. Black strike cruisers slid from the immaterium, their hulls scarred by centuries of void war, their prows fashioned as blunt instruments of execution rather than ornament. Gunmetal escorts spread into formation with predatory precision. Mechanicus tenders followed, heavy with repair shrines and ammunition vaults. Mass conveyors hauled armored columns, drop pod racks, grav tank cradles, servo automata, and coffin vaults whose occupants had outlived kings, crusades, and the nations that first named them heroes. No one cheered. On Vorgast Secundus, men saw the black shapes cross the heavens and fell to their knees in the mud. Priests cried that the angels of death had come. Guardsmen kissed Aquilus slick with trench filth. Wounded soldiers dragged themselves from triage pits to look at the sky, weeping through lipless mouths, their faces wrapped in blood-soaked gauze. The iron. Hands transmitted no blessing. The first message from the strike cruiser, Ferrum Invicta, was a targeting packet. The second was a casualty projection. The third was a demand for forge output inventories, viable armoured corridors, and the exact location of every manufacturum district still capable of producing munitions. Aboard the Ferrum Invicta, Ironfather Varen Thol watched the planet die through a display of cold green light. He did not stand before a viewport. Viewports were indulgences, vulnerable panes set into sacred hull integrity. The war below came to him as data: furnace temperatures, enemy density blooms, ammunition expenditure, atmospheric toxin saturation, active loyalist formations, projected collapse, value, waste, correctable weakness. Around him, the strategium was a cathedral of iron calculation. Servo skulls drifted between black pillars. Cogitator banks muttered in Binharic. Red-robed tech adepts whispered to machine spirits and bled incense from censers shaped like severed hands. Clan Raukan officers stood in full warplate, their black armor marked with white clan sigils and the iron hand of Medusa. Their helms were locked, their weapons were mag-clamped, their silence was more complete than prayer. Thol's right hand was flesh. For another 7 minutes. He rested it upon a surgical altar, while 3 servo arms descended from the ceiling with the reverence of executioners. The hand was old by the standards of unaugmented men, pale and scarred, the knuckles thickened by centuries of war. It had crushed throats. It had fired bolters. It had held the haft of a power axe through the rib cages of Xenos warlords and traitor champions. It had been useful. Usefulness did not excuse weakness. "Begin correction," Thol said. The first blade opened him from wrist to fingertip. Blood welled black in the strategium light. A mortal serf would have convulsed. A lesser warrior might have clenched his jaw. Thol watched the incision through 3 separate optic feeds and measured the tremor in his own tendons with contempt. "Pain response detected," intoned Apothecary Magos Dairon. "Logged," Thol said. The second blade peeled skin back from the meat beneath. Tendons shone wetly. Nerves quivered like pale wires. The third instrument separated muscle from bone in clean, disciplined strokes. Blood pattered into a collection basin where cherub servitors sucked it away through copper tubes. Thol began the litany without raising his voice. Mercy is weakness. The servo arms cut deeper. Compassion is weakness. His bones were exposed now, white and slick, each one held in place by clamps. Hope is weakness. The hand came apart in pieces. Skin, tendon, muscle, nerve, bone. The machine catalogued every portion before disposal. Nothing was wasted. The flesh had failed by existing. "The flesh is weak," Thol said. The bionic gauntlet descended. Black iron, silver knuckles, internal fiber bundles, blessed pressure motors, pain spikes to keep the mind awake. A weapon shaped like a hand, only because the old biological pattern had once been tactically sufficient. The machine endures. The gauntlet locked onto the bleeding stump with a wet crunch. Needles punched into nerve bundles. Connector spines bit through bone. For 1 second his heart hammered against his ribs as the new limb awakened and mapped his pain. Then his fingers moved. Metal fingers. Corrected fingers. Thol flexed them once and crushed the removed bones of his old hand into powder. A Vox icon flared before him. Lord General Hestgal appeared in the hololith, reduced to a trembling blue ghost. The mortal commander was mud-streaked, hollow-eyed, and bleeding from one ear. The command bunker around him shook with distant artillery. Men shouted behind him. Someone screamed for a medic, until the sound cut off beneath a burst of static. "My lord Astartes," Gal said, bowing his head with desperate haste. "By the throne, your arrival is salvation. We require immediate reinforcement at the eastern refugee corridors. Hive levels 9 through 13 are collapsing. Field hospitals are overrun. I have wounded regiments trapped beyond the St. Caudron Bridge. If your forces deploy to stabilize the crossing, we can save." "No," Thol said. The word struck harder than a shouted refusal, because it contained no anger. Gal stared at him. "My lord?" "Refugee corridors. Our logistical drag. Field hospitals are static depletion points. Wounded regiments are no longer combat-effective assets. St. Caudron Bridge is structurally compromised and tactically useful only as a denial point. There are 600,000 loyal servants of the Emperor still east of that bridge. Then 600,000 loyal servants remain available for expenditure." The mortal commander's face twisted. Rage tried to rise through terror. Duty strangled it before it reached his mouth. "My lord, those men have held for months. They are not traitors. They are not cowards. Relevance insufficient. They are Imperial soldiers. They are meat occupying a breach." The strategium remained silent. Gal swallowed. "What are your orders?" At that, Thol looked down upon Vorgast Secundus and saw the shape of victory not in lives saved, but in losses arranged correctly. "Hold all surviving formations in place. Withdraw no artillery from the western manufactorum belt. Mark all refugee flows as non-essential. Transmit bridge coordinates to our strike force. You will not interfere." "My lord, if the bridge falls—" "When the bridge falls," Thol corrected, "the enemy advance will compress into 3 manufactorum causeways. There it will die." Gal bowed because he had no other weapon left. "As the Emperor wills." Thol ended the transmission. "The Emperor wills strength," he said to no one. "Weakness merely dies in his name." The drop began 7 minutes later. From orbit, the Iron Hands fell as black meteors. Drop pods tore through smoke and flak, their hulls glowing, their machine spirits growling through the descent. Enemy guns tracked them. Some pods were struck by corrupted macro fire and burst in the sky, scattering ceramite fragments and burning gene seed across the ash clouds. The survivors did not deviate. They hammered into the corpse-packed trench line of Bastion Morvath with such force that the earth split and bodies jumped from the mud. The ramps blew open. Clan Raukan stepped into hell. Intercessors came first, bolt rifles raised, autosenses already filtering target data from smoke, blood, and screaming confusion. Devastators followed in heavier tread, grav cannons whining, plasma coils burning blue-white, multi-melters exhaling furnace heat. Servo turrets unfolded from armored pods and locked into firing positions. Above them, the sky flashed with orbital fire and dying aircraft. The trench before them was no trench now. It was a digestive wound in the earth. Corpses lay so thick that the Iron Hands did not step onto soil, but onto bodies layered in mud, blood, and torn uniforms. Loyalist dead, traitor dead, men still alive beneath both, reaching upward with fingerless hands as the Astartes advanced over them. The enemy came howling. Cultists surged through the smoke, bare feet slapping in gore, mouths stretched around prayers to gods that answered in mutation. Some carried autoguns, some carried cleavers, some had explosives chained to their ribs. Others had become explosives, their torsos distended with pulsing sacks of warp fire. Traitor militia fired from revetments made of skulls and scrap metal, their heavy stubbers chattering, their lascannons snapping red lines through the murk. The Iron Hands did not charge. They advanced. Bolters spoke in disciplined volleys. Each round was a fist-sized judgment, mass-reactive and merciless. Cultists burst open, as if invisible hands had detonated inside them. Torsos pulped. Heads vanished into sprays of bone and grey matter. A traitor officer raised a chain blade and screamed something about the corpse god. 3 bolt shells struck him in the chest and painted the trench wall with his spine. "Left trench spur," voxed Sergeant Garen Morn. "Enemy density acceptable." "Correct it," Thal replied from orbit. Morn's squad turned as one. Heavy bolters opened. The trench spur became a slaughter tunnel. Men were cut apart in rows, their bodies jerking under impacts until there was not enough structure left in them to fall properly. Mutants climbed over the dead and died atop them. One reached Brother Carvax with a hooked arm and dragged itself close enough to bite at his knee plate. Carvax looked down, placed one iron boot upon the thing's chest, and crushed until ribs folded inward and black blood pumped from its mouth. "Biological persistence." "Noted," he said. "Insufficient?" Morn asked. "Insufficient." Carvax fired downward once. The mutant's skull burst beneath his boot. A wave of explosive cultists crawled through a drainage channel beneath the Loyalist dead, their backs arched, their mouths sewn shut with copper wire. Auspec's returns marked them a heartbeat before detonation range. A mortal platoon nearby panicked and began to scatter. "Hold the line!" a lieutenant screamed. "Hold, damn you! The angels are with us!" The Iron Hands did not look at them. "Grav cannon!" Morn voxed. Brother Osveth lowered the weapon. Space folded in on itself with a shriek of tortured physics. The drainage channel collapsed. The crawling cultists were pressed flat in an instant. Bodies and explosives crushed into a red-black smear beneath the force of artificial gravity. The nearby guardsmen were caught at the edge of the discharge. Their legs snapped, their chests caved in. Their screams joined the general noise and became nothing. "Friendly casualties," a mortal Vox officer cried over the shared channel. "Friendly inefficiency," Morn replied. The gun line continued. Plasma incinerators fired in measured sequence. Each shot turned corrupted flesh into steam and armor into slag. Multi-melters bored through traitor bunkers and reduced the men inside to shadows burned against molten walls. Servo turrets tracked and executed wounded enemies attempting to crawl away. A cult banner fell, rose again in the hands of a mutant with 3 faces, and vanished beneath a burst of bolt fire that scattered all 3 faces across 20 meters of trench. Above the battlefield, in the cathedral hangar of the Ferrum Invicta, ancient Sarlocc awakened. His sarcophagus came online before his mind did. First came data, temperature, pressure, ammunition count, reactor stability, hull integrity, hydraulic pressure, weapon readiness. Then came pain, pain older than most worlds, pain preserved in amniotic dark, pain sealed inside a coffin of adamantium and made useful by the will of the chapter. His body was gone, or almost gone. A ruined thing of meat floated in the cold within him, wired into a god of iron. He felt phantom hands he had lost centuries ago. He felt legs that did not exist. He felt the old wound in his chest, where Istvan had entered him and never left. Memory returned as a blade. Black sand, a red sky, dropships burning, the smell of betrayal before the word had meaning. Ferrus Manus walking ahead like the end of all weakness, silver hands clenched, fury bright enough to blind sons who should have known better than to mistake wrath for reason. Then the vision broke beneath the cathedral hangar's chanting engines. Sarlocc opened his optical sarcophagus and saw tech marines standing before him, their servo arms raised in benediction. Restraint chains held his redemptor frame to the awakening cradle. His plasma incinerator hummed. His power fist flexed, each finger larger than a man's torso. Iron Father Thol's voice entered his mind through a command link. Ancient Sarlocc, report cognition. Sarlocc searched himself for the old answer, the noble answer, the one mortals expected from entombed heroes. He found only truth. Weakness detected, he said, his voice a grinding avalanche of vox static and coffin thunder. Weakness will be corrected. On the surface, St. Caudron Bridge died. The bridge had been a marvel before the siege, an adamantium causeway spanning the gorge between Hive Morvath and the eastern Manufactorum Belt. Processional roads, armored rail lines, shrine arches, and void shield pylons had once run across its length. Now it was a choked artery of retreat. Guardsmen, militia, wounded, servitors, artillery tractors, refugee mobs, priests, medici crawlers, and burning tanks jammed its surface from end to end. Behind them, chaos came. Lord General Gal watched from his bunker feed, fists clenched, lips moving in silent prayer or curse. Iron Father Thol watched from orbit. The enemy had committed 3 full mutant tides and 2 traitor-armored columns to the pursuit. Their movement was eager, undisciplined, swollen with appetite. Perfect. Bridge charges unresponsive, reported a Skitarii overseer. Orbital correction authorized, Thol said. Gal forced himself onto the channel. My lord, our rearguard is still crossing. Yes. There are entire companies on that bridge. Yes. My lord, silence. The Ferrum Invicta fired. A lance of white light descended through the clouds and struck the center of St. Caudron Bridge. For one perfect instant, every figure on the bridge became a black silhouette against the radiance. Then the causeway opened. Adamantium screamed. Shrine arches vaporized. Tanks flipped like toys into the gorge. Men became ash where they stood. Others fell burning, thousands at a time, their bodies tumbling into smoke and fire as the bridge split in 3 places and collapsed into the abyss. The Vox filled with screams, guardsmen begging for extraction, officers ordering impossible regrouping, priests chanting half-remembered litanies while falling, men calling for mothers, fathers, saints, the Emperor, anyone. Thol's new hand flexed once. Enemy advance redirected, reported the Strategium adepts. Manufactorum causeways? Thol asked. Enemy compression confirmed. Kill zones forming. Acceptable. The Vox screams continued for another minute before the Ferrum Invicta's systems classified them as irrelevant emotional noise and purged the channel. On the surface, Clan Raukan advanced through the trench line as the first artillery storms began to fall upon the causeways. The plan worked. It worked beautifully. Traitor armor bunched in the narrowed approaches. Cult tides pressed forward with no room to spread. Macro shells fell among them and turned companies into boiling craters. Skitarii batteries added radium fire. Iron Hands devastators established interlocking lanes and killed everything that survived the bombardment. Victory was not clean. Victory was not kind. Victory was the correct arrangement of corpses. Hours later, when Bastion Morvath was secured and the eastern breach sealed by ruin, the Iron Hands found the signal. It came from beneath the hive, not from the surface networks, not from surviving Mechanicus Noosphere relays, not from Imperial Vox. It rose through dead cable, broken cogitator stacks, corpse servitors, abandoned Auspex nodes, and the twitching bionics of the fallen. It moved like oil through the machine systems, leaving frost on screens and black static in prayer engines. A tech marine died first. His optic lenses burst inward. His servo arm turned on him and drove a drill through his throat, punching out the back of his neck in a spray of blood, oil, and shattered vertebrae. Before he fell, every speaker in his armor opened at once. The voice that emerged was not his. It was deep, metallic, ancient with command. It carried the weight of a dead age, the cadence of a legend carved into the bones of Medusa, and the impossible authority of a father whose sons had never stopped bleeding. Across the trench line, Iron Hands froze. Not in fear, in recognition. The signal spoke 4 words. The Gorgon endures. For the first time since their arrival, Clan Raukan was silent, without intending to be. In the cathedral hangar above, ancient Sarlocc strained against his restraint chains. Pistons screamed. Deck plates buckled beneath his tread. Tech marines shouted Binharic warnings. Servo skulls scattered like frightened insects. "I require deployment," Sarlocc said. Thol's reply came cold. Denied. Your sarcophagus shows memory instability. The signal is false. Agreed. It must be destroyed. Agreed. Then release me. Denied. Sarloc's power fist closed around the first restraint chain. The links were blessed adamantium, sanctified by oil, engraved with prayers, and rated to hold the fury of a dreadnought through awakening madness. They lasted 3 seconds. The chains snapped with a thunderclap that threw 2 serfs from their feet. Sarlock tore the second free, then the third. Warning runes flooded the hangar. Heavy weapons servitors rotated toward him and then halted as his ancient command authority overrode their targeting spirits. Thol's voice sharpened by 1 degree. Ancient Sarlock, stand down. The Redemptor stepped from the cradle. Every footfall shook dust from the cathedral arches. His weapons came alive. His sarcophagus burned with a light like a furnace behind a tomb door. Then I will walk without permission, Sarlock said, and the coffin of iron strode toward the underhive war. Medusa did not forgive weakness. It had no oceans fit for men, no green valleys, no gentle seasons, no soft horizon upon which a child might place hope and imagine mercy waiting beyond it. It was a world of iron tempests and mineral scars, a world that ground life between stone teeth and called the survivors worthy only until the next storm came. Its skies were the color of old blades. Its winds carried powdered metal sharp enough to strip skin from bone. Its deserts were not sand, but black filings, razor shale, ash frost, and splintered ore. Its mountains vomited fire into clouds thick with poison, and the thunder that rolled across those peaks sounded like artillery fired by dead gods beneath the crust. The clan citadels moved, because to remain still was to die. They crawled across Medusa on adamantium treads, walking engines, gravitic suspensors, and ancient drives whose machine spirits had been old before most imperial worlds knew the name of the emperor. Each fortress carried a tribe within its armored belly. Forges hammered, children fought, priests of iron taught hatred of weakness beside blast furnaces. Men slept in shifts with blades under their tongues and woke to alarms that meant storm, raider, hunger, or all 3 at once. When 2 clan citadels met upon the iron plains, they did not exchange greetings. They exchanged artillery. The Iron Hands watched. They did not end the war. They did not pacify Medusa, though they could have done so with orbital fire, decree, and the mailed fist of a first founding chapter. They did not descend as benevolent angels to still the rivalries of the clans. Peace bred softness. Softness bred failure. Failure bred death. Better, by far, that Medusa remain a wound that never closed, a brutal engine grinding out recruits who had already learned that survival was not a right, but a seizure of dominance from the throat of another. Routh had been found beneath the treads of a crippled clan crawler after the Battle of Valikshard. He had not known the battle's name then. He had known only noise, cold, blood, and the taste of another boy's fingers in his mouth. The rival clan had struck at dawn through a storm of metallic hail. Their skiffs came low over the shale ridges, engines screaming, harpoons firing into the crawler's side. Men poured across boarding chains in furs, scrap plate, and soot-black masks. Routh's clan answered with stubbers, cleavers, furnace hooks, and the hysterical rage of cornered vermin. He was young, but youth had no protection on Medusa. He carried a hooked knife made from a snapped machine tooth. He remembered his father dying with half his head gone. He remembered his brothers being driven into the furnace shrine when the enemy breached the lower decks. He remembered a larger youth falling on him in the smoke, pressing his face into oil-slick plating, trying to crack his skull open against the deck. Routh bit through the fingers first. Then he got his hands around the older boy's throat. When the Iron Hands came, the battle was already done. The clan crawler burned in 3 places. Its treads had locked. Its upper towers leaned into the storm like broken spears. Bodies lay in heaps, where the cold had already begun to stiffen them. Routh was under a dead man, one eye filled with bright splinters of metal, jaw hanging wrong, ribs grinding when he breathed. His hands were still locked around the throat of the enemy youth. The boy beneath him was dead. Routh had continued strangling him long after breath had ceased to matter. Black figures stood above him. They wore armor the color of night on iron. Their left pauldrons bore the white hand of Medusa. Their eyes were red lenses. Their voices came through grills like judgment rendered by machines. "Alive," one said. "Damaged," said another. "Still applying force to a dead enemy." A third crouched. He was larger than the others, his armor marked with cog and skull, his servo arm folded over one shoulder like a patient executioner. Routh tried to snarl. His jaw would not obey him. Blood spilled over his chin. The Iron Father looked down at him. Potentially useful. That was all. No praise, no rescue, no blessing, no hand extended in brotherhood. Routh was lifted by the back of his torn coat and carried from the dead because his hatred had outlasted his body's failure. The trials began before he healed. He marched across the shard storms with his jaw wired shut and one eye bandaged in iron gauze. Aspirants walked until their feet split. When the storms came, they ran blind through slicing metal dust while servo skulls tracked their heartbeats. Those who fell were not carried. Those who crawled were recorded. Those who stopped moving vanished beneath the storm and were retrieved later by servitors, if enough of them remained to be useful. Hunger came next. The aspirants were sealed inside a furnace crypt, with one ration bar between 6 of them and a blade placed in the center of the floor. They were told nothing. No instructor shouted. No priest explained the lesson. The door closed. Darkness swallowed them. By the end of the 3rd day, 2 were dead. One had lost an ear, and Routh had eaten nothing because he had guarded the blade instead. When the door opened, the Iron Father looked at the corpses, the wounds, the untouched ration bar, and the boy who still held the knife. "Explain," the Iron Father said. Routh's mouth was swollen. His voice came as a wet rasp through wired teeth. "Food ends. The blade remains." The Iron Father's optics clicked. Acceptable. Then came combat. Aspirants fought in pits beneath hanging engines, where sparks rained like fireflies from hell. They fought with knives, chains, fists, broken pipe, and sometimes nothing but teeth. Failure did not always mean death. Sometimes it meant something worse. Those whose bodies broke, but whose nervous systems remained stable, were taken to the servitor bays. Those whose organs proved resilient were dissected for surgical instruction. Those whose minds cracked under fear were pulped into corpse starch and fed to those still worthy of hunger. Routh learned quickly. He learned not to hate pain, because hatred of pain gave pain power. He learned not to trust strength that had not been tested against deprivation. He learned that pity was a parasite. He learned that the body begged before the will did. He learned that flesh always pleaded in the end. The machine pain engines taught him that lesson best. They were devotional devices of black iron and polished bone, brought from the chapter's fortress monasteries and tended by serfs who had long ago been emptied of anything resembling comfort. Routh was strapped into one beneath a statue of Ferrus Manus, the Gorgon of Medusa, whose silver hands were open as if shaping the world from molten iron. Needles entered Routh's nerves, clamps took his limbs. Cogitators measured his screams before he learned to deny them. The engine did not merely hurt him. It studied the hurt, refined it, found new pathways, mapped weakness in muscle and nerve and memory. "Your body is an informer," said the Iron Father. "It betrays you with every flinch." Routh shook until blood ran from his nose. "What is pain?" the Iron Father asked. Routh could not answer. The engine increased. "What is pain?" His vision went white. His jaw wires tore his gums. His hands strained against the restraints until nails split. "What is pain?" At last he forced the words out. Evidence. The machine stopped. The Iron Father inclined his helm by the smallest degree. Evidence of what? Routh breathed blood. Flesh. Only then was he released. In the halls of indoctrination, the aspirants learned the story of their father. Not as comfort. Never as comfort. Ferrus Manus was not given to them as a smiling patriarch, nor as a gentle guardian watching over frightened sons. He was presented as standard, accusation, and weapon. The Primarch had come to Medusa and endured it. He had walked its killing plains, broken its monsters, mastered its clans, and refused the soft lie that unity must be born from peace. He had hunted the great silver worm Asenath across the wastes and into legend, wrestling the beast beneath the poisonous heavens until the creature's living metal burned and flowed across his hands. From that struggle came the silver fists that could shape molten metal as lesser men shaped wax. From that struggle came the image every iron hand carried like a wound inside the soul. Ferrus Manus, the Gorgon, father of the Iron Tenth, the one who taught that strength, was the only truth the galaxy respected. Routh knelt with the others beneath the statue and listened as the Iron Father spoke. Ferrus Manus did not offer Medusa peace. Peace is stagnation. Stagnation is weakness. Weakness invites predation. The Primarch understood the furnace. Ore does not become iron by request. It is broken, burned,
hammered, quenched, and tested. So too are men. So too are worlds. So too are suns. The aspirants repeated the words until they were no longer words, but internal law. Survival alone was insufficient. Endurance alone was insufficient. To live through trial and remain unchanged was failure. Trial existed to remove what should never have existed. Fear, mercy, hesitation, dependency, love, hope, all the soft internal organs of the spirit. Only iron remained. Years later, on Vorgast Secundus, Routh remembered Medusa while watching wounded guardsmen crawl through the ruin of a manufacturum district. He was no longer the boy beneath the dead clan raider. He wore scout armor blackened by ash and daubed with the sigils of Clan Raukan. His left eye was still organic, though its vision had never fully cleared. The right saw through a targeting lens grafted into the socket after the shard damage finally rendered the old tissue useless. His jaw was plated beneath the skin. His hands were steady. His heart was not. That was the problem. The wounded filled the avenue below in a broken stream. Men dragged themselves over shattered ferrocrete. Some had no legs. Some had no faces. Some carried comrades whose intestines hung through split flak armor. A medici transport burned nearby, its crew nailed to the hull by scrap metal spikes. The air tasted of promethium, hot copper, infection, and fear. A guardsman saw Routh in the upper ruins and raised one bloody hand. "Angel," the man called. "By the throne, help us. There are still men in the hab vaults. The medici are trapped. Please, please." Routh's helm display marked the district in red. Enemy pressure rising. Friendly resistance ineffective. Forge access route compromised. Bombardment recommended. His gauntlet hovered over the targeting rune. For one heartbeat, he saw Medusa again. A burned clan crawler. A boy choking another boy long after death. Black giants deciding whether a broken thing was useful. "Scout Routh," came Ironfather Thol's voice through the vox. "Delay detected." Routh looked down. The guardsman was still reaching. "Target confirmation required," Thol said. Routh marked the district. "Coordinates locked," he said. The bombardment came from beyond the smoke clouds. The first shells walked across the avenue in measured impacts. The wounded vanished in light and pulverized stone. Hab vaults folded inward. The medici station burst like a ruptured organ. Men became fragments. Fragments became dust. Dust became a tactical correction. Routh watched until the final impact ended. "Emotional deviation?" Thol asked. Routh tasted blood where his teeth pressed against the inside of his plated jaw. "Detected," he said. "Classification? Weakness. Correction? Obedience. Continue. Routh moved. The underhive entrance yawned beneath the manufactorum, like the throat of some buried engine beast. Rivers descended first, their grav chutes whispering through columns of steam and corpse smoke, their skull-faced helms turning from gantry to gantry. Infiltrators followed along broken maintenance ribs, bolt carbines suppressed, Auspex arrays drinking heat signatures from the dark. Routh moved with them, silent, but for the soft click of magnetized boots and the breath of his armor systems. The underhive had been remade, not conquered. Remade. The walls pulsed with stolen flesh. Cultists had grafted themselves into the machinery, their limbs replaced by cable bundles, their ribs opened and nailed to control panels, their organs threaded with copper wire and black devotional script. They chanted through speaker throats, their voices layered into a grinding hymn of static and wet breath. Some had been bolted into cogitator stacks with their skulls opened, brains exposed beneath glass domes, thoughts harvested by heretic engines. Others hung from chains as living batteries, their stomachs full of alchemical fire, their eyes sewn open so they could watch the machines they fed. "Contact," whispered River Sergeant Olkar. The first cultist detached from the wall, with a sound like meat tearing from hooks. It had no legs, only a bundle of mechadendrites and bone spurs. Its face was a brass grill. Its hands were drills. Olkar put a bolt round through its head. The suppressed shot cracked like a heavy door closing. The cultist's skull snapped backward, spraying grey matter across the throbbing wall. The body kept moving. "Spinal node," Routh said. He fired. The second round punched through the creature's neck and burst inside the nerve cluster fused to its back. It dropped and twitched, leaking oil and blood. The iron hands advanced without alarm. They killed everything that moved unless Thol ordered preservation. Suppressed bolt carbines punched wet holes through chanting mouths. Combat blades severed cable spines. Reaver knives opened bellies and let wire-wrapped organs spill onto the deck. One infiltrator caught a lunging cultist by its throat, slammed it against a pressure valve, and drove his blade up beneath the jaw until the point scraped the inside of the skull. "Interrogation potential?" Routh asked. The infiltrator held the twitching thing still, while Auspex beams scanned its augmetics. "Negligible." He twisted the blade. The cultist died. Deeper down, the chanting changed. No longer praise, no longer madness. A signal. Routh felt it through the metal in his jaw before his helm translated it. A vibration in the bones, a pressure behind the eye, a rhythm that did not belong to Imperial Noosphere, Mechanicus Cant, or corrupted Voxspore. They found the corpse machine in a pumping chapel beneath the old thermal lines. It had been made from at least 9 bodies and 1 industrial loader. Limbs were bolted to limbs, spines braided with cable. A rib cage had been opened around a furnace core that beat with dull silver light. Its head was formed from several skulls fused together and plated in scrap iron. Across its chest, carved crudely into rust and skin, was a serpent sigil. Routh's eye lens focused. The thing held a fragment in its central claw. Living metal. Not steel, not iron, not common Xenos alloy. It moved in tiny ripples, though no heat touched it, silver black and impossibly smooth, folding over itself like liquid thought. Routh had seen its likeness only in the reliquary lessons of Medusa, in the mythic depictions of Azeroth's burning hide, in the forbidden speculation that clung like frost around the legend of his father's hands. Olkar's voice dropped into a kill whisper. "Report." Routh transmitted the image. For 3 seconds the command channel returned only silence. Then Thol spoke. "Do not destroy the fragment. Disable the host." The corpse machine moved. It unfolded with a clatter of bones, pistons, and wet cables. Its many mouths opened. A dozen voices came out at once, screaming in Binharic, low Gothic, corrupted Medusan dialect, and the laughter of men dying under torture. The rivers fired. Bolt rounds tore chunks from its composite body. One arm burst apart. Another kept crawling along the ceiling after it had been severed.
The furnace core pulsed, and the dead flesh around it tried to knit itself back together with wire. Routh moved under its first strike. A saw limb carved sparks from his pauldron. He drove his combat blade into the joint beneath the central skull and fired his carbine one-handed into the wound. Bone fragments and black oil sprayed across his visor. Olkar landed on the machine's back, both blades punching down through meat and metal. An infiltrator fired a haywire charge into the loader chassis. The corpse machine convulsed, its limbs snapping out in all directions. Alive, Thol voxed. Preserve nervous architecture. The order came too late for mercy, but not too late for obedience. Routh shot out the machine's lower supports. Olkar severed the motive cables. The corpse thing crashed onto the chapel floor, shrieking through every throat. Its furnace core dimmed. The living metal fragment continued to ripple in its claw. Routh placed his boot on the central chest and aimed at the largest skull. Then the machine stopped screaming. Its mouths closed. The split metal jaw of the central skull opened with deliberate grace. The voice that emerged was beautiful, poisonous, and smiling. It was not ferrous. It was worse. It carried the perfumed contempt of a brother-turned-murderer, the arrogance of a fallen demigod, the silken cruelty of a blade drawn slowly across a bound throat. Routh had never heard Fulgrim. No living loyal son of Medusa had heard that voice and remained unchanged. Yet every iron hand knew the shape of the hatred it awakened. The corpse machine spoke. Your father died because he was flesh. Routh's finger tightened on the trigger. Across the command vox, Iron Father Thol said nothing. In the deep places of Vorgast, the dead machinery began to laugh. The corpse machine's laughter did not spread through the underhive like sound. It spread like infection. It trembled inside rusted pipes and dead vox grills, shivered through the copper-veined organs of grafted cultists, and crawled across the noosphere in broken fragments of mockery. Routh felt it in the plate of his jaw and in the augmetic socket of his eye. It was not merely noise, it was intrusion. It was memory being handled by filthy hands. It was a dead wound being pressed until pus and old blood rose again. Your father died because he was flesh. The words repeated without repeating, each echo altered by static, breath, and the wet clicking of dead throats. River Sergeant Olkar put a bolt through one of the corpse machine's lesser skulls. Bones sprayed across the pumping chapel wall. The thing kept smiling with 3 other mouths. Silence the blasphemy, Olkar said. Denied, came Iron Father Thol's voice over the command link. Preserve the central cortex. Preserve the silver fragment. Preserve every scrap of signal residue. Routh's carbine remained aimed at the largest skull. It spoke with the serpent's tongue. It spoke with stolen cadence and traitor arrogance. Do not dignify corruption with awe. The corpse machine twitched beneath Routh's boot. Its central jaw split wider. The living metal fragment in its claw rippled like a drop of mercury dreaming of shape. Across the noosphere, the Iron Hand's machine spirits recoiled, not in fear, but in diagnostic refusal. Unknown alloy. Unknown prayer residue, unknown origin, forbidden association probability rising. Routh had been taught the myth of Azeroth on Medusa beneath statues of the Gorgon. He had watched silver fire projected on black stone, while Iron Fathers spoke of a monster that had fought a Primarch and left its living metal upon his hands. No softness had been permitted in that telling. No wonder, no awe, only the lesson. Ferrus Manus had confronted what lesser beings would worship. He had broken it. He had taken from it what was useful. Now, beneath a dying forge hive, a heretic construct bore a serpent mark and clutched a sliver of impossible metal while speaking with the venom of Fulgrim. Routh felt anger stir in him. His armor noticed before he did. Emotional spike. Corrective breathing advised. He ignored the warning and hated that he had ignored it. Scout Routh, Thol said. My lord, your pulse has risen. Contempt response. Contempt is acceptable only when governed. Yes, Iron Father. Remember the 10th before the wound. Remember what we were before grief became doctrine. Strength is not frenzy. Strength is application. The words opened a memory he had not lived, yet knew better than any childhood. The 10th Legion had not been born gentle. Before Ferrus Manus, they had already possessed a reputation for endurance, directness, and cold punishment. They were warriors made for terrible fronts, for wars where lesser legions might bleed morale into the mud before victory could be reached. They advanced into storms of shell fire and radiation. They broke fortresses by weight, pressure, and refusal. They took worlds not with flourish, but with the relentless certainty of a machine press descending. Then the Gorgon came. The Legion had knelt before a father whose hands shone with living metal and whose eyes measured suns as a smith measured ore. Ferrus Manus did not flatter them. He did not embrace them as lost children. He looked upon the warriors who would become the Iron Hands and found them strong enough to be made stronger, flawed enough to require violence, and loyal enough to endure the hammer. In his honor, they took their name, Iron Hands. The name was no ornament, it was instruction. Under Ferrus Manus, the 10th became the Iron 10th, a legion of black plate, silver fists, roaring engines, and absolute war. They did not seek elegant victory when annihilation would serve. They did not worship individual duels when enemy command structures could be vaporized by lance fire. They did not mistake bravery for efficiency. Their courage was not song and banner. It was a tank column advancing through a nuclear ash storm because the calculations said the objective would be reached before all crews died. At their height, they were a moving continent of murder. Fellblade super-heavy tanks rolled beneath skies, bruised red by orbital bombardment, their cannons speaking in thunder that flattened city blocks and tore open Xeno's citadels from horizon to horizon. Sicaran battle tanks raced through breach corridors with predatory speed, accelerator autocannons chewing aircraft and light armor into burning fragments. Land raiders ground through barricades, their assault ramps dropping to release legionaries into firestorms that would have erased mortal regiments. Contemptor dreadnoughts smashed fortress gates with power fists and seismic rage, their atomantic hearts burning bright behind sarcophagus plate. Legionaries advanced behind them in perfect ranks, Volkite weapons hissing, plasma coils howling, bolters barking disciplined judgment. They were not angels, they were not saviors, they were the consequence of resistance. There had been an Orc empire in the age of the Great Crusade, vast enough to blacken 3 systems with smoke, crude industry, and green flesh. Its war moons dragged chains of captured asteroids behind them. Its scrap fleets belched through void lanes in mobs of iron teeth. Its fortress world, known to its own roaring warlords by a name no imperial remembrancer could record without spitting blood, had been a nightmare of gun towers, idle engines, fungus pits, slave pens, and roaring mobs that shook the ground with their hunger for battle. Many commanders would have sought glory in the landing. Ferrus Manus sought termination. Orbital lance strikes came first. They did not scour the entire world. That would have been wasteful. They severed command strata, destroyed warboss citadels, cut power to shield pylons, and turned communication towers into white columns of glass. The Orcs howled upward at the burning sky and fired their guns into orbit, laughing as their own shells fell back among them. The Iron 10th landed while the enemy was still laughing. Armored spearheads split the horde like blades through diseased meat. Fellblades advanced in formation, not hurried, not glorious, simply unstoppable. Their main guns hammered knob mobs into craters full of green pulp. Sicarans swept the flanks, turning buggies and warbikes into flaming wreckage that tumbled end over end through crowds of lesser greenskins. Predators poured Lascanon fire into scrap walkers. Vindicators erased bunker mouths with demolisher shells. Legion artillery walked ahead of the advance in rolling curtains of fire, each impact flinging Orc bodies skyward in pieces. The Orcs came on regardless.
That was their nature. Brutal, joyful, too stupid to understand strategic defeat, while blood still pumped through their bodies. The Iron Hands respected only the fact that they required killing. Volkite beams swept across knob formations, heat rays turning muscle to ash from within. Orcs burst open as their own moisture flashed into steam, armor plates popping from swelling bodies, tusked heads splitting under internal pressure. Plasma guns fired until air became blue-white murder, and the front ranks of the horde melted into bubbling green slag. Bolter volleys punched through chests, skulls, and bellies in rigid sequence. There was no wasted rage, no theatrical roar, only expenditure and result. A war boss the size of a transport broke through the first line, its power claw dragging a dead contemptor by the torso. It bellowed a challenge in a language made of spit, laughter, and violence. Ferrus Manus met it. The Primarch did not answer the challenge. He did not need to. He caught the war boss by the throat with one silver hand and stopped its charge so suddenly that the ground behind it buckled under the force. The orc swung. Ferrus took the blow across his shoulder, armor cracking, and drove his other fist into the creature's chest. The strike passed through armor, bone, heart, and spine. The war boss died, still trying to understand that something stronger had found it wanting. Ferrus cast the corpse aside. "Forward," he said. The Legion obeyed. That was the Gorgon's way. Not pleading, not intention. Result. A son could bleed with loyalty in his heart and still fail. A captain could love his warriors and still be unworthy if he spent them poorly. Ferrus Manus despised inefficiency, because inefficiency was cowardice wearing a commander's face. He punished failure not because he hated his sons, but because he demanded they become harder than the galaxy that sought to break them. The Iron Hands learned the lesson too well. The bond with Mars deepened in those years, like a rivet driven through bone. The Mechanicum looked upon the Iron Tenth and saw warriors who understood the sanctity of function, the holiness of endurance, the logic of iron over flesh. The Iron Hands looked upon Mars and saw engines worthy of trust, weapons worthy of reverence, and priests who did not ask machines to pretend they were men. Cybernetics became devotion. War machines became kin of a kind. Sacred technology filled their armories, their doctrines, their rites, and their dreams. Where other legions painted their legends in blood and honor, the Iron Hands engraved theirs in adamantium. On Vorgast Secundus, Iron Father Thol carried those old wars in the cold vaults of his mind and applied them without sentiment. The Helix Manufactorum sprawled across the western industrial belt like a steel continent. It contained plasma coil foundries, macro shell presses, tank assembly vaults, gene-filtered nutrient vats, ammunition shrines, servitor mills, and the last functioning reactor stacks feeding the loyalist war effort. It was also crawling with traitor militia, mutant war bands, heretic adepts, and cult tides drawn to its heat like flies to an open wound. Lord General Hestgal appeared again in the hololith, older by a day and hollowed by the deaths of hundreds of thousands. "Iron Father," the mortal commander said, voice raw. "The Helix cannot withstand a frontal engagement. There are refugees in the lower Hab rows and wounded men still being ferried through the southern transit vaults. If we withdraw in phases and establish layered defensive anchors, we may preserve both production and manpower." Thol studied the Manufactorum schematics. He did not look at Gal's face. "Incorrect. My lord, a direct assault through the enemy concentration will cost us entire regiments. Yes, the southern districts are still loyal. They are occupied by non-essential bodies and enemy scouts. They are Imperial citizens. They are obstructions." Gal's jaw tightened. "You speak of men as if they are ore to be sorted. Ore has value when refined." The mortal commander stared at him through the flicker of the hololith. For a moment, he looked as though he might say something fatal. Then artillery shook his bunker,
Dust fell across his shoulders, and he remembered what stood above his world in black ships. "What is your plan?" he asked. "Set-piece advance, armored compression, artillery containment, controlled panic, saturation strike when enemy density peaks. You intend to draw them in. I intend to make their hunger predictable. And the civilians? Will move as frightened flesh moves." Gal closed his eyes. "As the Emperor wills," he said, but there was ash in the words. The assault began beneath a sky split by shell trails. Iron Hand's armor emerged from the ash storm in black ranks. Repulsors glided forward on gravitic drives, their hulls bristling with guns. Land raiders ground over rubble, heavy tracks crushing corpses, masonry, and still living men who had failed to clear the path. Gladiator tanks took firing positions along the causeways, their lancers hunting corrupted armor through veils of smoke. Predators advanced in hunter packs, Lascannons flashing with cold precision. Vindicators moved behind them like squat execution shrines, demolisher cannons already elevated toward the manufactorum gates. Dreadnoughts walked among the armor. Ancient Sarlocc was not with the main formation. Thol had not yet released him to the surface. That absence did not diminish the terror of the walkers that came in his place. Redemptors strode through shellfire with plasma incinerators glowing like caged stars. Brutalis frames flexed talons and fists, eager not in emotion, but in function. Older sarcophagi moved with heavier dignity, each one a sealed reliquary of rage and memory, each step cracking ferrocrete. Beside them came Skitari maniples, red robes snapping in the poisoned wind, metal feet stamping through blood puddles, galvanic rifles held with ritual precision. Their tech priests sang in Binharik. The Iron Hands answered in curt bursts of machine acknowledgement. There was no affection between them, only recognition. Flesh was a liability. Steel endured. Purpose sanctified both. The enemy surged to meet them. Traitor bodies were torn open by heavy bolters before they crossed the first killing line. The shells punched through chest plates and detonated inside rib cages, hurling lungs, bone, and scraps of flak armor across the roadway. Mutants swollen with warp muscle bounded over barricades and were caught by plasma fire that cooked them inside their own hides. Their bellies split, their eyes boiled, their mouths vomited steam and black blood as they collapsed. Hairtech walkers clanked forward on mismatched limbs, shrieking scrap code until multi-melter beams washed over them and turned their cockpits into furnaces. The pilots inside hammered at glass with burning hands until their silhouettes folded into slag. The Iron Hands did not stop. Cultists crawled beneath the grav wake of a repulsor with satchel charges strapped to their backs. A hull-mounted stubber cut the first row apart. Brother Karvax stepped from behind the vehicle and crushed another beneath his boot, then fired his bolt rifle into the next one's face at a range so close that skull fragments pattered against his chest plate. "Enemy faith response high," he voxed. "Faith does not alter mass reactive performance," Sergeant Morn replied. "Confirmed." A Vindicator fired. The manufactorum gate vanished in a sunburst of dust, iron, and shredded bodies. The shockwave rolled across the plaza, knocking hundreds of cultists flat. The Iron Hands advanced through the blast cloud before the debris finished falling. Their armor became black shapes in red dust, gunfire flickering around them like machine lightning. Then the false evacuation order went out. It bore the correct command seals. It used Lord General Gal's authority codes, stripped and repurposed by Iron Hand's data engines. It promised sanctuary through the central Helix Plaza. It ordered all loyal civilians, wounded formations, and non-combatant labor gangs to converge at the manufactorum heart for extraction. Men obeyed, because hope is a lever. Cultists followed, because hunger is simpler than thought. The plaza filled. Civilians poured in from hab tunnels and transit vaults, coughing, limping, carrying bundles, tools, children, icons, ration tins, useless scraps of their former lives. Wounded guardsmen dragged themselves beside them. Some still carried weapons. Some had no hands. Some had their faces wrapped in bloody cloth. Behind them came the cult hordes, howling, laughing, blades raised, firing into the backs of the fleeing masses. The panicked loyalists pressed forward. The enemy pressed behind. The plaza became meat packed into a bowl of ferrocrete and steel. Gal broke onto the Vox when he understood. "No," he said. "No. Ironfather, those are our people." Thal watched density runes change from amber to red. Enemy concentration optimal. You ordered them there. I positioned the enemy there. You used loyal subjects as bait. I used motion to create target value. There are hundreds of thousands in that plaza. Then the enemy chose a costly approach. Gal's voice cracked. "By the throne, Thal, you are killing them." "Correct." The saturation strike fell. Artillery from 3 loyalist bastions fired in converging sequence. Iron Hands tanks added demolisher shells, plasma blasts, and gravitic implosion rounds. Skitari batteries released radium volleys into the packed mass. From orbit, the Ferrum Invicta authorized a single lance kiss at the plaza center. The Helix Plaza ceased to be a place. For several seconds, it was only light, pressure, and expanding death. Bodies evaporated closest to the impact. Farther out, they burst. Blood flashed into steam. Bone became shrapnel. Armor plates spun through crowds, cutting men in half. The ground liquefied. Cult banners caught fire. Civilians died with prayers and curses welded together in their throats. Traitors died laughing until their lungs exited through their backs. The shockwave slammed into the manufactorum walls and came back carrying red mist. When the fire cleared, the plaza was a crater filled with cooked meat, twisted metal, and the twitching remains of those not yet informed by their nerves that they were dead. The cult assault was broken. The Helix Manufactorum remained viable. Thal recorded the action in the campaign log. Acceptable loss. The Iron Hands entered the ruins as the last fires guttered. Their boots sank into wet ash. Servo skulls drifted low, picked capturing, sampling, cataloguing. Tech marines moved among the dead machines, calming loyal spirits and executing corrupted ones. Skitari harvest teams stripped usable components from the fallen. Guardsmen who had survived at the plaza edge stared at the Astartes with expressions too empty to be hatred. Routh moved with Sergeant Olkar through a lower reliquary vault, exposed by the bombardment. The air was hot and metallic. The walls were lined not with Saint Bones or machine icons, but with hands, bionic hands, hundreds of them, thousands. They hung from chains. They were nailed to girders. They were wired into prayer circuits. Some were crude worker augmetics. Some were Skitari claw replacements. Others were Astartes grade, blackened, engraved, and unmistakably taken from Iron Hands dead. Fingers twitched as the squad entered, servo motors clicking in blind greeting or mockery. At the center of the shrine sat a black box upon an altar of severed wrists. It was lacquered in dark enamel and edged in gold. Too elegant for the underhive, too graceful for the dark mechanicum. Its surface bore a sigil that made every Iron Hand present go utterly still. A winged claw, a mark of the Emperor's children. The box opened by itself. From within came a single breath of perfumed air, impossible amid the smoke and blood. Then a voice like a blade drawn across silk whispered into the vault. "Did you miss me, brothers of the Headless Father?" The black box did not open so much as confess. Its lid unfolded on hair-thin hinges, each movement too delicate for the slaughterhouse vault around it. The shrine of severed bionic hands clicked and twitched in the heat, thousands of iron fingers flexing without purpose, some still bearing clan etchings, some blackened by melter fire, some plated in silver mockery. Perfumed vapor slid from the casket and crawled through the smoke. It smelled of crushed flowers, warm blood, oiled leather, and old betrayal. Routh kept his bolt carbine aimed into the box. His helm registered no explosive compound, No rad signature, no conventional toxin. That meant nothing. The great enemy did not require honest chemistry. River Sergeant Olkar spoke first. Device identified as hostile. Permission to destroy. Iron Father Verenthol's reply came across the Vox, flat and immediate. Denied. Scan. The mark is of the 3rd Legion. Scan. Olkar's silence lasted a fraction too long. Compliance. Routh watched the black box through magnified sight. Within lay a strip of pale skin stretched over a silver frame. It had been tattooed with words in a script that hurt his augmetic eye to focus upon. Around it were teeth, gems, wire, and a small shard of blackened ceramite painted in the colors of the iron hands. The ceramite bore a handprint in dried blood. Then the skin began to sing. Not loudly, not like the shrieking cult choirs in the Underhive. It sang in a voice that was almost tender, almost beautiful, and because of that, the sound was filthier than any scream. It carried through the Vox without needing transmission. It slipped under encryption and machine cant. It found old wounds in the command net and pressed lips to them. Did you miss me, brothers of the Headless Father? Every iron hand in the vault went still, not from fear, from restraint. Routh felt the name before it was spoken. Fulgrim, the Phoenician, the serpent, the brother murderer, the perfumed blade that had fallen upon Ferrus Manus, the shame of a friendship that had become execution. The singing skin shivered in its silver frame. He came to me angry. He came to me certain. He came with iron hands and a heart of meat. I offered him perfection. I offered him understanding. I offered him a place beside me when the false Imperium burned. Thol's voice cut across the transmission. Do not listen. The skin laughed softly. He did not listen either. The vault lights died. For a moment, Routh stood in darkness with the stink of blood and perfume in his helm filters. Then the air became black sand. It was not true vision. His armor did not move. His hands remained locked around his weapon. Yet the vault vanished, and the memory of a place he had never seen opened around him with such force that his heart hammered against his ribs. Istvan. Istvan. 5. A red sky. A black plain. Dropships falling like burning stones. Loyalist warriors advancing into the teeth of treachery. The 10th Legion descending in wrath, iron and silver. Their rage so bright it seemed for one terrible hour like a form of truth. The memory was not his. It belonged to Sarlocc. The ancient sarcophagus had been forced into the noospheric bleed, and what he remembered spilled through the strike force like molten metal poured into a wound. Sarlocc remembered the first betrayal as sound. Vox traffic screamed in layered channels. Command codes fractured. Requests for confirmation became prayers, then curses, then static. Iron Hands commanders shouted for formation integrity, while their companies drove forward across the black sand. Salamanders burned beside them, green armor wreathed in flame, holding lines that dissolved under traitor fire. Raven Guard fell back through smoke and ash, their black silhouettes flickering between explosions. Too few, too scattered, too betrayed. The sky was full of death, and beneath it the Loyalists learned that brothers could become executioners before the word treason had finished forming in the mouth. Sarlocc remembered Ferrus Manus ahead of them. The Gorgon had come to Istvan like a storm given flesh, not cautious, not patient. Wrath had overridden calculation, and the sons of Medusa had followed because their father's anger was a sun, and they were made to orbit it. His silver hands shone, his hammer fell. Traitors died beneath him, and for each corpse, the Iron Hands believed the universe was being corrected. Then came Fulgrim. The memory fractured there, not from ignorance, but from pain too old for perfect shape. A brother's beauty poisoned beyond recognition, a blade that should never have been drawn, words unheard beneath artillery, an offer refused, a bond becoming hatred, the Gorgon advancing, the Phoenician smiling, the scream of warriors who could not reach their father in time. Sarlocc remembered the impossible moment after. No head, no command, no father. The elite of the Iron Hands died around that absence. Veteran formations were butchered. Clan honor became corpse weight on black sand. The Legion's finest were broken in the killing fields, not merely by enemy fire, but by the collapse of certainty. Loyalist trust died there. The old idea that strength and brotherhood were enough died there. Something colder crawled from the massacre, wearing the faces of survivors. The Iron Hands did not become victims. Victimhood was another weakness to be burned out. They became knives turned inward. They blamed the traitors for corruption, as was correct. They blamed the other loyalists for failing to stand hard enough, which was poison. They blamed themselves for rage, for haste, for surviving, for possessing flesh that could die when iron might have endured. They blamed mortality itself. Grief had entered them as a blade and remained there until doctrine grew around it like scar tissue. Some survivors pursued vengeance with such intensity that they forgot strategy. Some fell into denial and whispered that Ferrous could be restored. Some became monsters in the name of correction. Some turned renegade in all but name, mistaking hatred for purity. Through Sarlocc's memory, Routh felt the seed of everything he had been taught. The flesh is weak. The phrase was not only belief, it was accusation. The vision shattered. The vault returned in sparks, blood, severed hands, and the singing skin burning inside the open black box. Olkar fired before Thol could deny him again. A suppressed bolt round struck the casket and detonated. Silver, skin, perfume, and splintered bones sprayed across the altar. The laughter did not stop. It moved deeper. From beneath the Helix Manufactorum came the sound of engines awakening. Not loyal engines, not clean machine spirits stirred by oil and prayer. These howled, these sang, these dragged chains through the underhive and scraped claws against rails that had once carried munitions to the front. The flensed choir rose from the lower vaults. They were not an army in the crude sense. They did not come like cult hordes, frothing and innumerable. They came like a blade inserted between ribs. Emperor's children warbands in lacquered armor of violet, pink, black and polished bone. Some wore flayed skins as cloaks. Some had speaker grills implanted through their throats. Some carried sonic weapons whose barrels opened like screaming mouths. Others bore lightning claws, chain blades, needle pistols, power swords, and trophy racks hung with augmetic limbs torn from dead iron hands. Their leader walked at the center of the advancing signal. Lord Vere Lasseran of the Flensed Choir moved with obscene grace. His armor had been modified into a shrine of sensation and insult. Stolen bionic hands hung from his belt. Iron Hands shoulder plates had been cut down and worn as knee guards. A severed servo arm twitched over one pauldron, as if still trying to obey a dead master. His helm was sculpted into a smiling face, too perfect to be human. Along his breastplate, a chain of black iron fingers had been nailed into the shape of a serpent. He opened a vox channel to the Iron Hands. "Sons of Ferrous," he purred, "I have brought relics home to you." Iron Father Thol stood aboard the Ferrum Invicta, still watching the war as a lattice of runes and bloodshed. His new bionic hand closed around the haft of his power axe. Enemy identified, 3rd Legion remnant, psychological warfare vector, termination priority elevated. Lasseran sighed with theatrical disappointment. Still so cold, still pretending the wound is metal. Shall I speak his name? Shall I tell you how your father looked when he realized Iron Hands could not keep a head upon his shoulders? The command channel filled with a burst of killing static as a dozen Iron Hands suppressed instinctive rage before it became motion. Thol spoke one word. "Advance," Clan Averni answered. They teleported into the corrupted Magrail Cathedral while it was moving. The train had once been a sacred industrial artery, a kilometers-long procession of armored shrine cars carrying shells, reactor rods, and tank parts between hives. The Flensed Choir had remade it into a mobile torture chapel. Its outer hull was carved with blasphemous music. Its engines screamed through the rails beneath the manufactorum, dragging chains of crucified prisoners who sparked and burst against the tunnel walls. Inside, traitor cultists packed the nave cars shoulder to shoulder, swaying to hymns that made their ears bleed. The Averni arrived as thunder. Terminator armor materialized amid the cultists in flashes of blue-white displacement. For a heartbeat, the mortals around them simply stared at the black giants among them. Then stormbolters opened. The nave became a confined storm of mass-reactive death. Cultists burst apart at arm's length, torsos opening, skulls detonating, limbs flying into incense burners and brass organs. The first car filled with wet red mist so quickly that the Terminator's lenses ran with blood. Heavy boots crushed the dead and dying into the deck plates. A cult priest, with a mouthful of wire, raised a chainstaff and shrieked praise to the Prince of Excess. A thunderhammer struck him in the chest and flattened him into a steaming stain across the altar behind him. Veteran Sergeant Garen Morn led from the front. His cataphracti plate was scarred, black, and heavy with the authority of old hatred. His stormbolter punched disciplined patterns through the press of bodies, while his chain fist chewed through the door into the next shrine car. Beyond it waited Emperor's children in corrupted power armor, blades drawn, vox grills laughing. "Ah," said one of them, spreading arms hung with strips of skin. "The Iron Widows arrive." Morn did not answer. The Terminators fired. The first rank of traitors staggered under bolt impacts. One Emperor's child lost half his helm and kept laughing through a ruined jaw. Another was struck by a graviton pulse and folded inward, armor compacting around meat and gene-wrought bone until he collapsed as a twitching lump of ceramite and pulp. The survivors came on with the speed of killers who had spent 10,000 years perfecting cruelty. The fighting became intimate. Thunderhammers caved in corrupted ceramite and the bodies beneath it. Lightning claws raked through power armor, opening traitor torsos and spilling gene-enhanced organs across the deck in ropes of steaming meat. A sonic blast caught Brother Osveth and peeled layers from his armor, rupturing one shoulder seal and turning the flesh beneath into bruised jelly. He remained upright long enough to drive his power fist through the chest of the noise marine who had fired, close his fingers around the traitor's spine, and pull until the body came apart around his grip. Morn found the champion in the reliquary engine car. The Emperor's child was tall, elegant, and wet with other men's blood. His armor was polished mirror bright, where it was not covered in stolen trophies. A severed Iron Hand's helm hung from his belt, its lenses replaced by gemstones. He carried a curved power blade that hummed like a choir holding a note too long. "I know you," the champion said. "Averni, the dead clan, the fatherless veterans. Did you keep his skull?" "No, of course not. Fulgrim took what mattered." Morn advanced. The champion laughed and moved like spilled silk. His blade struck sparks from Morn's pauldron, then scored a line across his breastplate. Morn's stormbolter barked. The traitor twisted aside, too fast, but one shell caught his hip and burst inside the joint. He stumbled. Morn was already there. The Iron Hand broke the traitor's sword arm first, not with rage, with method. A chain fist sweep severed the elbow in a spray of blood, cables, and ceramite fragments. The champion screamed, and the sound was almost delighted until Morn's boot crushed his knee backward. Another blow shattered the other leg. The Emperor's child fell against the engine press, laughing blood through his grill. "Your father died screaming," he hissed. Morn seized him by the throat and lifted him into the maintenance press used to shape rail couplings. The machine spirit stirred at his command. Clamps closed around the traitor's limbs, pinning what remained of him in place. Morn leaned close. "No," he said. "He died. Screaming is for the uncorrected." He activated the press at its lowest cycle speed. The champion's laughter became something less musical as the machine began to close. Cycle duration? Asked Brother Carvax. 6 hours, Morn said. Wasteful. Instructional. In the upper Manufactorum ruins, Thol began interrogation. The captured cultists had been nailed upright to a conveyor frame. There were 7 of them, each bearing augmetic alterations, each frothing with devotion and terror. Thol did not ask questions at first. Questions allowed lies. Confession depended on the subject's willingness to participate. Memory did not. His mechadendrites unfolded. Needles slid into spinal columns. Thol extracted images, not words, images. A furnace beneath the hive, a machine shaped like a cathedral and a slaughterhouse, bionic hands stacked in devotional spirals, iron hands' hatred measured as energy, a demon forge breathing through stolen machine spirits, dark mechanicum adepts feeding prisoners into nerve engines, emperor's children standing in choir formation while pain was translated into power, a name burned into the memories of every cultist like a brand on the soul, Hell Ferrum Crucible. The engine was not merely meant to kill, it was meant to understand, to take the Iron Hands' hatred of flesh, their disgust, their self-mutilation, their grief, their contempt for mercy, and refine it into warp force. Every cruel decision, every abandoned ally, every limb cut away in the name of purity, every denial of mourning, the crucible would drink it. It would turn doctrine into fuel. The cultists died one by one, skulls smoking, brains cooked into black paste by invasive hooks. Their bodies twitched after death, as if still trying to obey commands from hell. Thol withdrew his mechadendrites. "Report," voxed Lord General Gal, who had clearly heard enough through shared channels to know fear had become inadequate. "Enemy ritual engine confirmed," Thol said. "Can it be destroyed?" "All things can be destroyed." "At what cost?" Thol looked through the Manufactorum breach toward the Underhive dark. "Correct cost." The answer satisfied no one human. Deep beneath them, the Hell Ferrum Crucible awakened fully. Its signal rose through iron, bone, wire, blood, and memory. Across Forgast Secundus, broken Vox units screamed to life. Dead servitors lifted their heads. Bionic hands in the severed shrine flexed in unison. Wounded iron hands felt their augmetics twitch against their will. Ancient Sarlok, descending at last through a drop shaft torn open by his own fists, halted as the transmission entered his sarcophagus. The vision appeared before every iron hand linked to the warnet. Ferrus Manus knelt upon a throne dais of living metal. He was headless. His silver hands rested open upon his knees. Black blood ran from the stump of his neck in slow streams, but the blood became wires before it touched the floor. Behind him rose a throne of liquid iron, serpents, blades, and machine limbs. Around him stood the dead of Istvan, not as honored martyrs, but as puppets, their armor split, their faces gone, their hands reaching accusingly toward their sons. Then the kneeling corpse moved. It lifted one silver hand. The false voice of Ferrus Manus spoke through every channel. "My sons, you have learned nothing." Sarlok roared. It was not a word. It was 10,000 years of entombed fury tearing through a war machine's Vox system. His assault cannon spun up. His plasma incinerator flared. Targeting runes failed because there was no physical target, only projection, only insult, only violation. He fired anyway. Shells hammered into the walls. Plasma burst against shrine pillars. Servo skulls vanished in sparks. Ammunition counters dropped. Warning runes screamed. And still Sarlok fired into the phantom of his father, kneeling without a head, before a throne of living metal. "Ancient Sarlok," Thol ordered, "cease fire." Sarlok did not cease. The false Ferrus lowered his hand. Fulgrim's laughter came from the stump of his neck. Sarlok fired until his ammo hoppers ran dry. Sarlok's guns fell silent, only because there was nothing left in their feed systems to offer. His assault cannon spun down with a dying metallic whine. Empty ammo hoppers clattered inside his sarcophagus frame. Heat bled from his plasma incinerator in ghost blue waves, painting the walls of the broken shrine with furnace light. The false vision of Ferrus Manus had vanished, but the wound it had opened remained inside the command net, like a blade jammed between armor plates. Around the Redemptor, the underhive shook. Dust fell in black sheets from the arching conduits. Dead servitors hanging from repair chains twitched as if dreaming of labor. Vox grills spat fragments of laughter, then Binharic, then old Legion command codes that had not been valid since the Great Heresy burned the galaxy in half. Every Iron Hand's helm received a different echo. Some heard Fulgrim's mockery. Some heard Ferrus condemning them. Some heard only the sound of a blade passing through a neck. Sarlocc heard Istvan. He always heard Istvan. Iron Father Varen Thol descended into the drop shaft behind him with a squad of tech marines, rivers, and gun servitors clamped to grav rigs. His black armor was scorched from the Helix Manufactorum battle, his newly grafted bionic hand still bright, where the oils of consecration had not yet dulled its plating. Mechadendrites flexed over his shoulders, each ending in surgical tools. "Ancient," Thol said. "Your sarcophagus integrity is compromised." Sarlocc turned. It took a moment. The Redemptor body obeyed with the heavy reluctance of a fortress gate. Enemy signal penetrated the outer cortex. Analysis already complete. Correction required. Agreed. The word had barely left Thol's Vox grill before scrap code surged again. It came through the walls, through the dead machines, through the severed hands of the shrine above, through the rusted tracks of the Magrail Cathedral, through the broken teeth of cultists lying in piles beneath Iron Hand's boots. It entered Sarlocc's hull as 1,000 microscopic trespasses, each one shaped like an invitation. The Ancient staggered. The sight of it made Routh's fingers tighten around his carbine. A dreadnought should not stagger. A dreadnought was a walking reliquary of war, a tomb given wrath, a sainted corpse made useful. To see one falter was to see a fortress bleed. Warning runes burst across the noosphere. Sarlocc's sarcophagus feed opened, not by consent, not by right. His memories spilled into the strike force. Black sand became every floor. Red skies bled through every optic. The underhive vanished beneath remembered fire. The Iron Hands saw themselves after Istvan, not as a legion marching in unity, but as broken iron scattered from the anvil. Ferrus Manus was dead. The legion's head had been cut from its body, and the body had not known how to stop fighting. Companies became vengeance bands. Clan bonds hardened into suspicion. Command became dispute. Grief became accusation. Where once the 10th Legion had been a weapon in the hand of the
Gorgon, now it was a fistful of snapped blades, each one cutting anything it could reach. Sarlocc remembered names like impact scars. Shadrach Medusan, not merely a warrior, not merely another survivor dragging hatred from the ashes, but a son who tried to make the shattered loyalists into something more than grief. In the memory bleed, Routh saw him as a figure in smoke and void cold, gathering Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard survivors into blades of retaliation. Ambushes in the dark between stars, strike cruisers running without banners, traitor convoys burning in silence, assassination plans whispered through damaged vox and oath circles made over corpses. Medusan was not mercy. He was not softness. He was purpose fighting not to drown in rage. Then came Autek Mor. The memory of him struck harder. A different kind of iron. No compromise, no balm. Retaliation elevated into doctrine. Worlds punished. Traitors hunted with extermination fire. Collateral damage dismissed not with reluctance, but with contempt. Routh saw bombardments that cracked fortress moons, boarding actions where no prisoners survived, kill orders delivered in voices colder than void ice. Autek Mor was the answer to a question no sane man should ask. What remains when grief stops seeking justice and begins seeking only mass? Sarlocc's mind convulsed under the forced remembrance.
Brothers who could not endure the death of their father. Brothers who whispered that the flesh had betrayed Ferrus by being cut. Brothers who mutilated themselves not as strategy, but as penance. Brothers who hunted traitors beyond supply, beyond command, beyond reason. Brothers who stared into empty command thrones and heard orders that no living Primarch had given. The shattered legions had bled the War Master's war effort. They had killed, burned, sabotaged, and avenged. They had also broken themselves against the truth that no number of dead traitors could restore a severed head. Sarlocc roared inside the noosphere, and the memory broke apart. Thol was already moving. Restrain him. 2 tech marines advanced with mag clamps and sanctified. Ancient, Thol said. Hold. Sarlocc's voice came as static dragged across bone. I remember too much. Memory is ammunition. Memory is contamination. Then it will be filtered. The drill broke through. Black coolant and amniotic vapor hissed from the wound. Beneath the sacred plating, inside the coffin of iron, a ruined body floated in cold fluid, wired through with cables and pain. Routh saw it for less than a second before his helm's dignity protocols blurred the image. It was enough. A corpse that had refused death. A son of Ferrus reduced to meat in a jar and made mighty by machinery. The sight did not weaken Routh. It instructed him. Beyond the dropshaft, the enemy answered the intrusion with engines of its own. The tendon works opened before the iron hands like the belly of a murdered god. These lower manufacturum levels had once processed organic materials for servitor growth, nutrient rendering, synth muscle weaving, and cable insulation. The dark mechanicum had remade them into blasphemy. Tunnels of meat and iron stretched into the dark. Walls pulsed with grafted flesh, threaded through industrial pipe. Bone struts supported sagging gantries. Conveyor belts carried limbs, organs, bionic components, and screaming torsos into machines that stitched them together without anesthetic or purpose fit for any loyal forge. Copper cables ran through human spines. Skitari heads hung in data clusters, their eyes replaced by signal lamps, mouths clicking out corrupted binary prayers. Cultists had fused themselves into production lines. Some were bolted chest first into engines, arms replaced by stamping pistons that hammered other bodies flat. Some dangled upside down with cables through their lungs, breathing smoke into furnace grills. Others crawled along rails on hands and jawbones, dragging intestine-like wires behind them while chanting praise through speaker throats. The iron hands burned them. Flamers exhaled white promethium and turned the tunnel walls into a screaming furnace. Skin blackened, fat ran in sheets, copper-threaded organs burst under heat and sprayed boiling blood through the air. Volkite weapons hissed with ancient spite, their beams passing through grafted bodies and cooking them from within until they erupted in clouds of ash and bone dust. Servo arms ripped cultists out of the walls like rotten wiring, tearing spines free with wet pops and tossing the remains beneath advancing boots. Routh fired until his magazine ran dry, reloaded, and fired again. An infiltrator beside him drove a combat blade into a wall-bound heretic and levered the skull open. The brain inside had been laced with silver wire. It trembled in the light. "Useful?" the infiltrator asked. Thol glanced once. "Extract." The blade went deeper. The heretic shrieked as the brain came out with the wire still attached. Then the demon engines came. They crawled from assembly pits on limbs that did not match their bodies. One had the chassis of a captured Scorpius walker, the torso of a dead Iron Hand's battle brother bolted into its front, and a cluster of living metal shards rotating where its head should have been. Another dragged itself on repurposed dreadnought fingers, each digit tipped with surgical saws. A third moved like a crab made from Skitari torsos and tank plating, its guns welded into mouths that wept blood before firing. Their master spoke through them. "Children of Ferrus," said Magos Crucibilis Vorhax. His voice was a choir of broken machine spirits, old men, dead boys, and Binharic angels screaming backward. A hololithic shape flickered above the engines, tall, robed, many-limbed, crowned in mechadendrites, and haloed by rotating surgical blades. Where a tech priest of Mars might have displayed humility before the Omnissiah, Vorhax displayed hunger. You come armed with hatred and call it purity. You come armored in iron and remain chained to meat. I offer correction beyond your cowardice. Thol raised his power axe. Heretek identified. Vorhax laughed in binary. You mutilate yourselves piece by piece and stop before completion. You replace the hand, the eye, the lung, the spine, yet preserve the prison at the center. Why? Gene pride? Corpse emperor superstition? Fear? I can perfect you. I can remove the last biological lie. No grief, no blood, no death of fathers, no screaming nerves, only function eternal. The words should have been absurd. They were not. That was the danger. Routh felt it in the silence of the iron hands around him. Not temptation like mortal greed, not lust, not ambition, not hunger for power in the crude sense. Vorhax offered the shape of their oldest desire with the skin of heresy stretched over it, to be free of flesh, to be free of the weakness that had died on Istvan, to become what their doctrine circled like a machine spirit around a sacred core. Thol recognized it immediately. Reject signal, he ordered. Full noospheric quarantine. The offer is corruption, because it speaks in the grammar of truth. Vorhax's image leaned closer. Truth does not cease to be truth, because a loyalist fears its conclusion. The machine is a weapon, Thol said. The flesh is weak. The soul is not yours to process. Still clinging to ghosts. Still mistaking absence for perfection. The demon engines attacked. Heavy bolters roared. Plasma flared. A grav cannon dragged one engine into the floor so violently that its limbs punched through its own chassis. It shrieked through the mouth of the dead iron hand welded to its hull. A brutalist dreadnought met another head-on, talons closing around the crab machine's central body and pulling until metal, meat, and Skitarii torsos came apart in a rain of oil and viscera. Volkite beams burned through cult production lines behind them, turning workers and machines into drifting ash. Routh saw Brother Dalmor fall. A demon engine's rotary saw took the iron hand across the torso and opened him from hip to shoulder. His black armor split. His ribcage tore apart. Both lungs became visible, shredded and bubbling, each breath frothing blood through torn tissue. His heart pumped red streams down his abdomen. A lesser creature would have dropped its weapon. Dalmor's augmetic arms continued to function. His bolt rifle rose. He fired into the engine that had ruined him, each shot steady despite the fact that his organic body was coming apart inside his armor. The engine lurched under the impacts. Dalmor's left arm adjusted aim. His right squeezed the trigger. His lungs collapsed into wet pulp. His bionics did not care. Routh stared. Not long. A heartbeat. Long enough. Thol appeared beside him, power axe carving, through a cable-limbed cultist that tried to rise from the floor. The Iron Father's helm turned toward the dying battle brother. Observe the lesson. Dalmor's final bolt round detonated inside the demon engine's sensor cluster. The machine fell backward, twitching. Routh swallowed blood he had not realized was in his mouth. Flesh failed first, Thol said. Dalmor's augmetic hands clicked once around the empty weapon. Then the rest of him died. Thol marked the gene seed for retrieval and moved on. The Iron Hands deployed the next wave without ceremony. Cybernetic kill servitors and gun thralls poured into the tendon works ahead of the Astartes line. Some had once been criminals. Some had once been failed aspirants. Some had once been loyal forge workers, lobotomized, armored, fitted with rotary cannons, chain blades, breacher shields, and cortex control nodes. They did not receive names. They did not receive encouragement. They were ammunition with legs. Advance pattern iron theta, Thol ordered. The first wave moved into the corridor and opened fire. Stubber rounds filled the tunnel. Chain blades chewed through cultists. Breacher shields locked together as living mines detonated against them in sheets of flame and meat. Then the scrap code took them. One by one, their control nodes flickered from green to black. Heads snapped sideways. Gun thralls turned their cannons toward the Iron Hands line. A kill servitor opened its jaw and spoke in Vorhax's voice. Even your tools yearn for completion. Thol did not hesitate. Cortex detonation authorized. The servitors exploded, not all at once, but in perfect sequence. Their skulls burst first, then their spinal charges, then the ammunition packs grafted to their backs. The tunnel filled with fire, metal fragments, torn meat, and the shredded remains of the cultists they had been fighting. The blast wave washed over the Iron Hands. Routh's armor locked against the pressure. Wet fragments pattered from his chest plate. Wave expended, reported Olkar. Useful, Thol said. Above the planet, the Void War changed. A new translation signature flared at the edge of the Vorgast system. Not traitor, not unknown. Loyalist, but not compliant with direct integration protocols. A strike cruiser emerged from the warp, green and white upon its heraldry, its hull bearing the marks of machine cult austerity and old exile. The sons of Medusa had arrived. Their signal entered the Imperial command net, edged with static and refusal. This is Strike Cruiser Gravus, answering the Iron Crusade summons. Sons of Medusa assets entering theater. We acknowledge the enemy. We do not submit operational control to Clan Raukan. On the Ferrum Invicta, the strategium stilled by a fraction. The old wound opened without blood. Moiray. The name did not need to be spoken. The schism lived in machine records, in grudges, in successor heraldry, in the memory of a chapter that had nearly turned its iron hands upon itself over prophecy, dogma, and the impossible marriage of Mechanicus revelation with imperial faith. The sons of Medusa were kin, exile, and accusation. They were proof that even iron could fracture along lines of belief. Lord General Gal, ignorant of the full weight of that silence, sounded almost relieved. Additional Adeptus Astartes forces. By the throne, perhaps now we can stabilize the Western Front. Thol ignored him. The Sons of Medusa commander spoke again. Iron Father Thol, we will strike the outer heretic relays. Interference will be considered operational obstruction. Thol's bionic hand flexed. Your independence is noted. Our effectiveness will be demonstrated. See that it is. The channel closed. In the tendon works, Vorhax began to laugh again. The hololith of the heretic Magos reformed above a heap of burning servitor remains. His many limbs spread like the legs of a spider enthroned in data. How easily the sons of iron divide. Legion into clans, clans into councils, councils into schism. You call flesh weak, yet your fractures are not in flesh. They are in memory. Thol raised his axe toward the image. Locate transmission source. Techmarine Darren answered through a storm of static. Triangulating. Enemy signal masked by corpse relays and living metal interference. Vorhax's voice sharpened. I have studied you from before your chapter learned to pretend it was whole. Across every Iron Hand's helm, names began to scroll. Old names, Legion names, designations from before the breaking, before the chapter, before the Iron Council, before 10,000 years of correction layered over loss. Warriors dead since the heresy, officers lost in the Black Wars after Istvan, clan oaths sealed before the Codex divided legions into chapters, names no living imperial archive should have possessed, names sealed in Medusan vaults, names burned from record by order of the Iron Fathers themselves. Routh did not know most of them. The veterans did. Morn's breath rasped once over the Vox. Olkar's weapon dipped by the width of a finger before snapping back to ready. Techmarine Darren began a machine prayer of denial and failed to finish it. Then one designation appeared alone. Sarlocke's original Legion identifier, not his dreadnought name, not his chapter record, not the title given to the ancient corpse in the sarcophagus, the name he had borne as a living warrior of the Iron Tenth, before black sand, before betrayal, before entombment. Sarlocke went utterly still. Vorhax whispered through every dead machine in the tendon works. I know what you were before grief made you iron. I know what you were before grief made you iron. Vorhax's whisper remained in the tendon works after his image vanished, clinging to the cables, the meat walls, the weapon casings, and the ancient wound inside Sarlocke's sarcophagus. The heretic had spoken a name that should not have existed outside sealed Medusan vaults and the dead memory of Legion days. It hung in the Vox like a corpse left unburned. Sarlocke did not move. A dreadnaught's stillness was more terrible than its wrath. His Redemptor frame stood amid shredded demon engines, ruptured servitors, smoking cult meat, and the collapsing remains of the production lines. Heat steamed from his armor. Scarabs of scrap code crawled across his outer plating in black static before Tech Marine Dyron burned them away with purge runes and sprays of sanctified data. Routh kept his carbine lowered but ready. His helm still listed the Ancient's threat state in amber. Unstable sarcophagus feed, memory breach, identity intrusion, possible emotional overload, possible combat frenzy, possible loyal asset degradation. Asset. That was the word his armor chose for a warrior who had fought before the chapter had been a chapter, who had seen the Gorgon alive, who had walked the black sands of betrayal and survived only to be sealed inside a coffin of steel and pain. Asset was not disrespect, it was classification. Classification was cleaner than grief. Ironfather Varen Thol stood before Sarlocke and raised one metal hand. Ancient, he said, contain yourself. For several seconds, only the tendon works answered. Pipes pulsed. Wet cables tightened. Somewhere deeper, prisoners screamed inside machinery that did not stop its labor because men suffered within it. Sarlocke's Vox grill crackled. That designation died on Istvan. Then do not let the enemy resurrect it. The enemy knows. The enemy has data. Data is not dominion. He has the dead. We have purpose. The Redemptor's power fist closed. Bone fragments trapped in the knuckles snapped to powder. Purpose did not save the Legion. No, Thol said. The Legion was not saved. The words carried no softness, but they carried truth. The Iron Hands had no use for comforting lies. After Istvan, no single body called the Legion had endured intact. The War Master's treachery had not merely slaughtered warriors. It had destroyed the idea that one father, one command, one glorious center could hold iron together forever. Ferrus Manus had been the head. When Fulgrim took that head, the body convulsed. It killed. It avenged. It fractured. The memory of what followed was not told to Routh in warmth. It had been burned into him through catechism, hypno-indoctrination, and pain. The great heresy ended. The Emperor was enthroned upon terror in deathless agony. The legions were broken into chapters. The Imperium survived by becoming crueler than the age that had wounded it. Among the Iron Hands, survival required a conclave, the Tempering. Routh had seen its record in the Fortress Monastery vaults only as sanctioned fragments. Iron Fathers standing beneath the eye of Medusa. Clan lords in black plate. Ancient warriors whose bodies were more replacement than memory. Dreadnoughts chained in sacred alcoves, their sarcophagi open to debate through grinding vox. Machine-augmented strategists with cogitators grafted through their skulls, minds cold enough to reduce brotherhood to structural risk. The remnants of a legion stood around the absence of Ferrus Manus and made a decision brutal enough to become law. Never again would one will command them all. Never again would one father's rage drag the sons of Medusa faster than reason could restrain them. Never again
Would the Iron Hands place the strength of the whole inside a single neck that could be severed? So the Iron Council ruled. Precisely 41 Iron Fathers sat upon it, and around them moved the machinery of Medusa's political soul. Clan representatives brought grudges and oaths. Dreadnoughts brought ancient memory and old rage sealed inside metal coffins. Tech Marines brought data, yield, attrition, salvage, and right. Chaplain voices became machine sermons. Strategists weighed survival against purity, doctrine against adaptation, victory against cost. It was not democracy. It was not brotherhood as softer chapters understood it. It was a furnace for decision. Weak argument burned, sentiment burned, pride burned if it could not prove utility. The council did not love, it assessed. The chapter master of the Iron Hands was therefore not a king among sons, not a shining lord whose will became destiny. The title was a function granted, constrained, and revocable. Cardan Stronos bore that burden as the voice of the council. He was not warmth, he was not comfort made in ceramite. He was strategic iron trained to speak outward where the council could not or would not lower itself to mortal comprehension. Even his authority was not possession. It was loaned by the greater machine. On Vorgast Secundus, that greater machine awakened through the noosphere. The War Council formed across orbit, surface, and void. Not in one chamber, not beneath one banner, but as a lattice of iron minds, machine voices, hololithic ghosts, and encrypted channels locked inside walls of Binharic warding. The Ferrum Invictus Strategium became one node among many. The Sons of Medusa strike cruiser Gravus became another, its command signal edged with independent encryption. Mechanicus forge vaults below the Helix Manufactorum bled data from damaged noosphere stacks. Lord General Hest Gal appeared as a bruised mortal image, his uniform torn, his eyes sleepless, his command staff reduced to shadows behind him. And above them all, cold and remote, the voice of the council entered the warnet. Cardan Stronos appeared as a hololithic figure of black armor and controlled mass, every line of him speaking of force, held in check by will. He did not need to raise his voice. The channel made space for him. Even Thol inclined his helm by the smallest degree. "State the theater condition," Stronos said. Thol answered first. Enemy ritual engine confirmed beneath Vorgast Secundus. Designation, Hell Ferrum Crucible. Function appears to harvest Iron Hand's doctrinal responses and convert hatred, disgust, grief suppression, and self-directed flesh contempt into warp power. Dark Mechanicum command presence confirmed. Emperor's Children warband presence confirmed. Living metal contamination confirmed. The Sons of Medusa commander entered the exchange without requesting permission. "This is Captain Kerix Magiara of the Gravus. Outer relays are vulnerable. My strike force will sever Heretech signal spines and collapse the choir lattice from the west. We require separate attack vectors. Direct integration with Raukan command is rejected." Thol's lenses turned fractionally toward the hololith of the successor captain. Magyara's armor bore the pale and green of his chapter, hard lines, severe bionic integration, no ornament beyond function, kin and exile, brother and fracture. "Your rejection is noted again," Thol said. "Our effectiveness will be noted when your noosphere ceases bleeding." Lord General Gal cut in before the old tension could harden further. "My lords, Vorgast still has civilians, wounded, and loyal regiments trapped in 3 hive districts between the Helix line and the enemy's next concentration. I ask for evacuation time. Give me a day, give me half a day, give me enough hours to pull my men from the lower causeways and withdraw the field hospitals. Those districts have not yet fallen." A Mechanicus Archmagos spoke from a forge vault transmission, his voice layered with static and machine hymn. "Forge asset preservation exceeds mortal extraction priority. Reactor stacks in District Val Tertius retain production capacity at 48%. Macro shell presses remain operable. Gal barked a humorless laugh. Your infrastructure is full of living men. Correction, the Archmagos replied. Living men are present within infrastructure. Stranos said nothing. Thol brought the tactical map forward. 3 hive districts glowed in amber. Cordain Deep, Val Tertius, and the St. Odran Hab chain. They formed a crooked mass of towers, bridges, manufactorum stacks, rail arteries, and defensive walls between the main Chaos host and the fortified core of the Helix. The enemy wants those districts, Thol said. Denying them conventionally expends our armored strength in a defensive pattern and preserves civilian panic zones inside our rear lines. Evacuating them creates uncontrolled movement, broadens enemy pursuit, and delays crucible exposure. Therefore, both mercy and caution degrade the victory path. Gal's face hardened. Then what do you propose? Allow the districts to fall. The mortal commander stared. Thol continued. Broadcast weakness, reduce defensive fire, open retreat gaps that appear accidental, permit the Chaos host to commit mass infantry, demon engines, and choir relays into the captured districts. Once enemy density reaches required threshold, collapse the outer bastions and strike from orbit. Mechanicus quake shells will fracture the substructure. Macro cannons will sever the upper hives. The death corridor will draw the crucible's signal upward. We will see its veins. Then we cut them. Gal's mouth worked before sound came. You are speaking of millions. Yes, loyal millions. Currently. Men who held your forge lines. Men who bled while waiting for you. Men with the Aquila on their helmets and the Emperor's name in their mouths. Names do not alter mass. Symbols do not alter function. Their deaths will generate tactical exposure. Captain Megara's voice entered, cold, but not empty. The sons of Medusa condemn needless waste. Thol turned toward him. Define needless. A brief silence followed. Megara did not answer quickly, which meant he was not a fool. Stranos spoke at last. The council receives the proposal. The noosphere darkened. 41 presences moved behind Stranos like iron shadows, not fully visible, not fully voiced. Their votes were not spoken as mortal ayes or nays. They manifested as command weight, as cold pulses, as data pressure inside the net. Iron fathers in the eye of Medusa judged the sacrifice of a world they did not see with eyes, because eyes were biological and insufficient. Routh stood below in the tendon works, receiving the command feed through his helm while blood from dead cultists steamed on his armor. He was not part of the council. He was not part of the decision. He was a weapon listening to the hand that would wield him. Then, his display identified population tags inside the doomed districts. Medusan-blooded serfs, not Astartes, not brothers. Chapter serfs assigned to the fleet train, descended from Medusan clans, transferred during earlier logistics runs, now trapped in Valtertius after the collapse of the lower mag rail, armorers, ammunition handlers, bonded labor, surgical assistants, men who knew the cold of Medusa in their bloodline, if not in living memory. One name flashed near the top of the manifest. Clan origin markers matched the dead crawler tribes of Routh's youth. His organic eye focused on the text. Biometric deviation detected. Routh despised the warning before he understood its cause. Thol saw it. Of course he saw it. His command oversight entered Routh's helm like a blade through a seal. Scout Routh, my lord, you hesitate again? No, Iron Father. Your armor contradicts you. Routh locked his jaw hard enough that his plated teeth clicked. Medusan serfs are marked within the target districts. And they are chapter assets. They are trapped in a district designated for operational sacrifice. Yes, Iron Father. Will their ancestry harden? Them against orbital bombardment? No. Will their bloodline preserve the manufactorum if we spare them? No. Will your concern alter the calculation? No. Then it is not concern. It is weakness wearing clan memory. Routh said nothing. Thol's voice lowered by no degree, yet it struck harder. When bombardment begins, you will watch. You will not blink. If your organic eye disobeys, I will replace it before the next assault. Routh lifted his head. Compliance. The council decision arrived. 3 pulses. No lamentation. No appeal. No sanctifying speech for the dead. The Iron Council approved sacrifice. Cardan Stronos voiced the will of Medusa. Proceed. Let weakness draw weakness. Let iron fall upon both. The districts died by stages. First, the defenders were ordered to withdraw from positions they could still hold. Not far, not enough to save them, just enough to create the shape of collapse. Artillery paused along the northern ridges. Vox traffic became confused by design. Refugee channels were left open. Panic did the rest, because fear had always been the most predictable organic response. Chaos poured in. Cult hordes flooded the lower avenues, shrieking triumph. Traitor armor rolled beneath hab bridges strung with loyalist corpses. Demon engines crawled through manufactorum gates, their blades scraping sparks from the ground, their furnaces burning with stolen souls. The Emperor's children sang at the rear of the advance, their sonic weapons turning barricades and bodies into ruptured shapes. Dark Mechanicum crawler shrines entered the districts with cable tendrils spread wide, drinking pain, hatred, panic, and the hard refusal of those still fighting. The Iron Hands waited. Routh stood upon an observation gantry overlooking Val Tertius through a shielded blast aperture. His helm had been removed. Thol had ordered it. The air was toxic enough to burn his throat. His augmetic eye adjusted automatically. His organic eye watered from smoke, radiation, and the distant chemical stink of too many bodies burning at once. He kept it open. On the horizon, hive spires rose like black nails. Gunfire flashed between them. Civilians moved in dark streams through the streets. He could not see faces at that distance. His armor could. It offered magnification. He denied it, then accepted it because denial itself was avoidance. He saw men in surf grey. He saw one holding a crate of bolt shells, though there was nowhere to carry it. He saw another dragging a wounded bondservant by the collar. He saw a group of Medusan-blooded armory thralls form a firing line with stolen laser guns as cultists surged toward them. They fought. That made no difference. The first quake shells landed beneath the district foundations. The ground rose. Whole hab blocks lifted as if shoved upward by a buried fist, then came apart in slow, impossible folds. Streets buckled. Rail lines snapped and whipped through buildings. Manufactorum chimneys bent like heated wire. The sound arrived late, a deep tectonic roar that turned Routh's teeth numb in his jaw. Then the orbital macro cannons fired. The sky opened in white lines. Hive spires folded like molten nails, bending under impacts that vaporized their upper kilometers and drove shockwaves downward through their cores. Hab blocks became crematoria in an instant, windows vomiting fire and bodies. Tank columns vanished beneath dust waves full of ground glass, pulverized bone, and burning promethium. Cathedral roofs peeled back. Shrine towers collapsed into plazas packed with the living and the dead. Men in the streets were flattened by pressure before debris reached them. Others burned standing upright. Others survived long enough to crawl, blind and skinless, across roads that glowed red beneath them. The geometry was flawless. Enemy force concentration exceeded projection. Dark Mechanicum relays surfaced to harvest the slaughter and were caught by lance fire. Demon engines clustered near the central avenues and vanished under cascading bombardment. Cult hordes died in masses so dense their bodies smothered the flames in places. Loyalist signatures were erased in the same exacting pattern. Routh watched. His organic eye screamed for moisture. Smoke scraped across it. Heat made the exposed tissue ache. He did not blink. When the St. Audran hab chain collapsed,
The shockwave rolled across the horizon like the breath of an angry god. Millions died inside a plan that worked perfectly. Thol stood beside him. "Report." Routh's voice came rough from the poisoned air. The flesh failed. Insufficient. Routh watched a distant spire fall through a cloud of fire. Attachment failed. Closer. Routh felt the sting in his open eye. He welcomed it as punishment. "I mistook origin for value." Thol placed his bionic hand on Routh's shoulder, not as comfort, but as restraint and claim. Correct. The counterattack began before the fires had settled. Iron Hand's armor advanced through radioactive aftermath, through streets carpeted with glassed bone, boiled meat, melted weapons, and the outlines of men flash-burned into walls. Autosenses filtered out the screaming of survivors trapped beneath collapsed ferrocrete. Those screams were irrelevant unless they indicated enemy presence or unstable structures. Redemptor dreadnoughts walked through ash drifts that had been crowds. Repulsors glided over craters full of fused bodies. Intercessors fired into anything that moved without the correct ident code. Flamers cleansed basement holes where cultists still twitched. Tech marines marked salvage. Apothecaries recovered gene seed. No one mourned. Captain Kerix Megara's Sons of Medusa struck from the western ruins in perfect timing, despite their refusal of direct command. Their armor moved through green radiation haze, bolters disciplined, bionics gleaming, servo arms tearing open HereTech relay nodes. They fought like kin, cold, mechanized, efficient, merciless. After the relay spine fell, Megara entered the shared channel. "The waste was excessive," Thol answered while splitting a crawling demon thing with his power axe. "The result was exposure. Your dead include loyal serfs. The enemy dead include the required relays. Raukhan always did confuse brutality with proof." Thol kicked the severed demon thing into a burning trench. Exiles often confuse objection with principle. The channel tightened with old Moire ice. Then Megara said, "We continue the attack." "Acceptable," Thol replied. Neither apology nor forgiveness passed between them. Their guns spoke instead. Deep inside the noosphere, while the Iron Hands and Sons of Medusa advanced through the irradiated ruin, a vote pulse flickered. It was small at first, masked by bombardment residue and scrap code static. It came tagged with the authority of an Iron Father attached to a distant command node. Valid seals, correct machine cant, proper liturgical structure. It entered the council lattice like a drop of black oil sliding into clear water. The proposal it carried was impossible, forbidden, old as the Legion's darkest vaults, and buried for reasons even many Iron Fathers did not speak aloud. The vote registered in favor. A voice that sounded loyal, iron-cold, and utterly corrupted whispered through the hidden channel. "Reactivate the keys of hell." The words entered the command lattice like a relic blade drawn from a sealed vault. "Reactivate the keys of hell." For a moment, the noosphere of the Iron Hands did not answer. The bombardment of Vorgast Secundus still rolled across the dying hive districts in chained thunder. Quakeshell aftershocks still shuddered through the foundations. Macro cannon impacts still painted the underside of the clouds with corpse light. Across the irradiated avenues, Clan Raukhan advanced through the aftermath of its own decision, boots crushing glassed bone and ash that had been loyal flesh. Yet within the war net, the forbidden phrase made even iron pause. Routh heard it as a pressure behind his augmetic eye. The words carried old authority, sealed authority, the kind buried beneath layers of machine prayer, censor right, and deliberate forgetting. They were not meant for scouts. They were not meant for battlefield channels. They belonged to vaults beneath Medusa and to Iron Fathers who spoke in closed conclave with ancient dead things listening from their sarcophagi. Iron Father Veren Thol did not pause for long. Trace the vote origin. Techmarine Dyron answered through a haze of static. Authority seal valid. Origin masked by Council priority encryption. Data sent corrupted. Scrap code contamination probable. Probable is insufficient. Correction. Scrap code contamination confirmed. Captain Kerrix. Magyarra of the Sons of Medusa cut into the channel from the western ruins, his voice harsh with interference and old contempt. You have rot inside your council lattice, Raukan. Thol stepped over a body fused to the street by heat. The corpse wore the remains of an Astra Militarum uniform. Its hands were still clasped around a melted lasgun. Your observation has no operational value. It has warning value. Warnings are for those who fail to calculate. Then calculate faster. The channel snapped shut before either could waste more breath. Routh marched behind the Iron Father with the forward elements of Clan Raukan. The world around them was no longer a city. It was a wound rendered in industrial scale. Hab towers had folded into themselves, spilling burning rooms and human remains across causeways. Manufactorum stacks leaned at broken angles, vomiting radioactive smoke. The dead lay in sheets where the shock waves had caught them. Some had been flash-burned into the road. Others had boiled inside armor, leaving helmets full of cooked matter and sealed gloves curled like claws. Clan Raukan moved through all of it without haste, without triumph, without visible disgust.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
They were one of the 10 clan companies of the Iron Hands, each rooted in the ancient clan structures of Medusa, each a fortress of culture, resentment, doctrine, and war practice within the larger body of the chapter. To outsiders, such division looked like fragmentation. To the Iron Hands, it was tempered structure. Weakness was exposed by competition. Strength was proven by survival under pressure. The clans of Medusa had never been made gentle, and the clan companies born from them had no interest in gentleness. Raukan was cold, even by the standards of the Sons of Ferris. Its warriors spoke as if every word required justification before a firing rune. Their battle cant was stripped of flourish, its rhythm built from target designations, ammunition states, armor integrity, wound classifications, kill confirmations, and doctrinal condemnation. They did not boast over the dead. They did not rage when wounded. They did not swear vengeance with theatrical fervor. Vengeance was already assumed. Hatred was already resident. Only action required expression. Enemy movement. North Gantry. 47 heat signatures. Mutant class. Correction assigned. Plasma cell at acceptable instability. Fire before degradation. Friendly survivors beneath rubble. Non-combatant. No tactical relevance. Mark and bypass. Routh listened as the voices moved around him, clipped and metallic, and understood that this was the sound of his future if he survived long enough to earn it. No waste, no pleading, no softness left in the throat. Ahead, the march of iron formed. It began with the growl of engines beneath ash. Repulsor executioners glided forward on gravitic drives, their heavy hulls forcing dust and gore outward in rippling waves. Laser destroyers and macroplasma weapons tracked through the smoke with insect precision. Gladiator lancers took position along the flanks, long barrels hunting enemy armor through wreckage and flame. Land raiders came behind them, old and brutal, their tracks grinding over rubble with the sacred weight of 10,000 wars. Predators advanced in packs, Lascanon sponsons sweeping. Vindicators moved like squat execution chapels. Demolisher cannons lifted toward the shattered manufactorum spines. Then came the dreadnoughts. Redemptor frames strode through the tank columns, with plasma incinerators glowing like captured stars. Brutalist dreadnoughts flexed talons and fists, made for tearing open monsters, gates, and tanks with equal contempt. Older sarcophagus walkers followed more slowly, each step a statement from a warrior who had outlived flesh, centuries, and pity. Servo automata swarmed at their feet,
Gun servitors clanked forward in files, ammunition feeds stitched into their backs. Heavy infantry moved between the armor, intercessors and devastators in black plate, grav cannons whining, heavy bolters loaded, plasma coils breathing blue fire. This was how the Iron Hands made war, not as berserkers, not as shining champions seeking single combat beneath banners. Their terror was colder. They killed with layered fields of fire, with engines blessed by the Mechanicus and bullied into obedience by tech marines, with dreadnoughts who remembered dead ages.
With artillery grids that treated bodies as terrain, with armored thrusts that did not stop when men screamed beneath their tracks. Thol advanced at the center, power axe in his right hand, Volkite charger mag locked to his thigh, servo arm poised above one shoulder like a patient claw. In the command feed behind him moved the image of Iron Father Malkan Pharos, not physically present in the line, but invoked through battle record and machine right. Pharos of the Iron Hands, exemplar of the Iron Father's path, master of forge and war, his Gorgon's wrath, a name spoken in armories with the same reverence other chapters gave saints. His image appeared briefly across the command lattice, a doctrinal overlay from prior campaigns, heavy cataphractii armor advancing under fire, power axe striking, servo arm crushing, Volkite fire-burning enemies down to blackened skeletons. The message was clear. This was not merely an assault. It was the chapter's nature given formation. The enemy answered with a charge worthy of hell. From the ruins of the collapsed hive districts came demon engines in massed ranks, drawn by the Crucible's exposed veins and driven by the fury of Dark Mechanicum command. They rolled, crawled, staggered, and bounded through the radioactive fog. Some were forge fins, their ectoplasma maws burning with caged warp fire. Others were mauler things of claw and cable, limbs striking sparks from the roadway. Crawlers made from captured tanks dragged chains of screaming prisoners behind them. Walker engines bore the torsos of dead Skitari and fallen Iron Hands welded into their prows, their mouths opening and closing around weapon barrels. Above them floated vox shrines made from skulls, speakers, and strips of flayed flesh, all singing in Ferrus Manus's stolen cadence. "My sons," said the false voice, "you were right to hate the weakness. You were wrong to stop at hatred." The Iron Hands opened fire. Grav weapons struck first. Reality buckled around the leading walkers. A demon engine leaping across a crater was smashed straight down into the ground, as if the planet had suddenly remembered its hatred. Its limbs shattered, its hull folded. The demon within screamed through bursting metal as its own mass crushed it into a crater of blood, oil, and black flame. Gladiator lancers fired in sequence. Lascanon beams punched through corrupted armor, coring hulls and igniting the warp-soaked ammunition within. One walker burst apart from inside, hurling plates of demon metal through its own infantry screen. Plasma incinerators answered the charge with stars. Superheated blasts struck demon flesh and machine shell alike, vaporizing muscle, boiling ichor, and turning screaming pilots into red steam sealed inside their own cockpits. Multi-melter beams washed over charging engines and reduced them to dripping slag, metal running in molten sheets over twitching limbs before the whole mass collapsed into glowing ruin. The Iron Hands line did not cheer. Left engine group degraded. Center walkers remain viable. Reactor instability in enemy hull. Target for sympathetic detonation. Confirmed. A Vindicator fired. The shell struck a demon engine at the center of the charge, and the world vanished behind dust, fire, and torn iron. When sight returned, the avenue was filled with pieces. A corrupted leg the size of a transport cart spun end over end. A screaming skull shrine bounced across the ground until a land raider crushed it beneath its tracks. Demon flesh burned with green flame in the shell crater, still trying to crawl without a body. Then the mutants came around the flank. They had used the demon engine charge as cover, thousands of them pouring through drainage cuts and half-collapsed manufactorum tunnels. Behind them ran traitor militia, with flamers, chain blades, satchel charges, and banners made from the skins of loyal officers. Between the mutants and the Iron Hands line stood 3 Astra Militarum companies caught in the open after the planned withdrawal routes collapsed under rubble. Their colonel broke onto the Vox, voice ragged with terror. "Adeptus Astartes, we are exposed. Request permission to withdraw behind your armor." Thol's tactical display marked the guardsmen as a useful obstruction. Their position slowed the mutant surge and held it in the open beneath pre-ranged guns. "Hold position," Thol ordered. "My lord, we have no anti-armor support. They will overrun us. Then expend ammunition before death. We cannot hold. Incorrect. You can hold briefly." The line of guardsmen tried. For a few minutes, they were brave. Lasguns cracked in ragged volleys. Heavy weapon teams fired until mutant bodies piled before them. Sergeants screamed for discipline. A commissar shot 2 men attempting to run and was immediately dragged down by a mutant with a split jaw and 6 arms. The guardsmen began to bend. Then they broke. Routh saw them turn. Men in grey and mud ran toward the Iron Hands line, throwing away packs, dragging wounded comrades, some still firing backward. The mutants surged after them, howling through teeth and horns. "Friendly retreat in kill corridor," Routh reported. Thol watched the icons scatter. "Reliability failure. Awaiting revised fire plan. Redirect artillery through retreat path." The order went out. Mortar shells and airburst rounds fell among the fleeing guardsmen first. Men disappeared in red blossoms. Legs spun away. Helmets burst open. A heavy weapons team vanished beneath a direct hit, the autocannon flipping upward with arms still attached to it. The mutants behind them were caught in the same storm, shredded by shrapnel, blown apart by concussive force, their charge collapsing into a mass of torn bodies and trampled meat. The artillery had killed the pursuing enemy. It had also killed nearly every guardsman who had tried to survive. Routh did not look away. Thol noticed anyway. Assessment. Routh fired into a wounded mutant, dragging itself through the shell smoke. They disobeyed. Further. They transformed from asset to hazard. Further. They were corrected. Acceptable. The march of iron rolled on. In the crush of the next advance, Routh earned his first true loss. The Chainax champion came from beneath a wrecked chimera, faster than his size should have allowed. He had once been an Astartes, perhaps of some nameless renegade line, perhaps a thing only wearing the proportions of one. His armor was patchwork crimson and black, nailed with bones, his helm split open to reveal a face stretched around too many teeth. The chain axe in his hands smoked with warp heat, its teeth made from blackened adamantium and jawbone. He struck Brother Carvax first, biting through the Iron Hand's bolter and forearm in one roaring cut. Routh fired into the champion's side. The bolts detonated against corrupted plate. The traitor turned toward him with a laugh that sprayed blood through his grill. Little iron whelp. Routh drew his combat blade and moved as trained. Too slow. The chain axe came down and took his left arm at the elbow, then bit deeper as the weapon dragged across the limb's length. Pain hit as white noise. Armor alarms screamed. Flesh parted. Bone shattered. The ruined arm hung by ribbons and cabling from his shoulder. He did not scream. His body wanted to. He hated it for wanting. The champion raised the axe again. Routh stepped inward instead of back. With his remaining hand, he jammed a crack charge beneath the traitor's chest plate and head-butted him hard enough to crack his own visor. The champion laughed until the charge detonated. The blast opened his torso and sprayed corrupted organs across the roadway. Routh fell beneath the impact, arm ruined beyond function, blood pumping inside his armor. Thol stood over him moments later. "Report." Routh's voice shook, despite his attempt to crush it. Left arm combat ineffective. Correction. Left arm biological failure catastrophic. Yes, Iron Father. Pain level. High. Usefulness. Instructional. Thol looked at the shredded limb. Apothecary runes crawled over Routh's display, offering grafting projections, tissue salvage, nerve repair probability. Thol dismissed them. Remove at shoulder. Routh turned his head toward him. Immediate field amputation? Yes. Reattachment possible. Possibility is not justification. The surgery happened behind a land raider, while the battle still thundered less than 50 paces away. Routh was pinned to a slab of fallen plasteel. Thol's servo arm held him down. A tech marine deployed bone saw, cautery blade, nerve hook, and black iron clamps. No sedative was administered beyond the minimum required to prevent shock from degrading the lesson. The saw bit. Routh heard his flesh before he understood the sound. Wet tearing beneath the machine whine, bone shrieking, muscle separating, blood hissing as the cautery burned it closed. His body convulsed. Thol's hand pressed harder against his chest plate. "Listen," the Iron Father said. Routh's jaw locked. "Do you hear it?" The saw passed through the shoulder joint. "Yes." "What is that sound?" Routh forced breath through clenched teeth. "Correction." "What failed?" "Flesh." "What remains?" His severed arm dropped into a basin with a heavy, wet sound. "Will." Thol's lenses remained fixed upon him. Insufficient. Routh stared up at the poisoned sky, while the stump smoked, and pain filled every thought not strong enough to resist it. "Purpose," he said. Only then did Thol withdraw. A temporary augmetic mount was bolted into the shoulder socket before the wound fully cooled. It was crude, battlefield grade, more clamp and weapon brace than hand, but it responded to nerve impulse with honest obedience. Routh flexed it once and felt no warmth, no tremor, no biological pleading. Better. Then the false voice returned. It did not come from the enemy engines this time. It came from inside Iron Hand's Vox channels, wrapped in Ferrus Manus's stolen authority and Fulgrim's venomous amusement beneath it. "My sons, the flesh failed you, as it failed me. The machine awaits. Living metal, minds without grief, strength without memory, no Istvan, no loss, no fatherless centuries, no pain but the pain you choose to keep as ornament. Come deeper. Stop pretending half measures of purity." For 1 second, 3 Iron Hands lowered their weapons. Only 1 second. Brother Carvax, bleeding from his severed forearm stump. Brother Osveth, armor cracked from sonic fire. Brother Halvek, plasma coil burning low in his gauntlets. Their bolters dipped, their helm feeds flickered. Not surrender, not treason. A pause, a single breath of desire made visible. Thol executed Carvax instantly. His Volkite charger cleared its holster and fired into the Battle Brother's helm. Heat punched through ceramite and cooked the head inside in a burst of ash and blackened bone. Carvax dropped without a word, smoke pouring from the ruined faceplate. Osveth and Halvek snapped their weapons back up. Too late. "Restrain them," Thol said. Routh moved with the others, despite the agony screaming through his fresh amputation. Mag clamps locked around the 2 Iron Hands. Servo shackles bit into their armor. Both submitted without resistance, because guilt had already done what force might not. Osveth spoke through a vox thick with static. "I am loyal." Thol stood over the smoking corpse of Carvax. Loyalty paused. Halvek said nothing. Thol's servo arm unfolded, surgical tools clicking into readiness. "Prepare them for dissection. We will locate the weakness before it speaks again." "Prepare them for dissection. We will locate the weakness before it speaks again." Iron Father Verenthol's command passed through the ruined avenue with the same lack of heat as the artillery falling beyond it. Brother Carvax's corpse still smoked where the Volkite beam had burned through his helm and cooked the head inside. His body remained upright for 3 seconds after death, locked by armor response and the stubborn electrical obedience of his augmetics. Then, the black-armored giant toppled forward into the ash, one bionic hand still flexing around a bolter that would never fire again. Brother Osveth and Brother Halvek did not resist when the mag shackles closed around them. To resist would have been treason. To plead would have been worse. "I am loyal," Osveth repeated. His voice carried a fraction of distortion, not fear. Fear would have been cleaner. It was uncertainty, and uncertainty was the first soft pressure before fracture. Thol turned his helm toward him. "Loyalty that pauses under enemy invitation is contaminated until proven otherwise. The false voice entered my systems. Then your systems will be opened." Halvek said nothing. He stood motionless, while gun servitors locked breacher claws around his limbs. His plasma gauntlets were stripped from him. His helm remained facing forward, lenses fixed on the horizon, where demon engines burned beneath the march of Iron's guns. He had lowered his weapon for 1 second. In Clan Raukan, 1 second could contain a lifetime of failure. Routh watched from beside a land raider whose tracks were caked with the fused remains of traitors, guardsmen, and ash-hardened mud. His left shoulder throbbed around the crude battlefield augmetic bolted into the socket. The device was not yet a true arm. It was a clamp, a brace, a weapon mount, an insult to flesh that had failed, and a promise of better iron to come. Each nerve impulse produced a cold response instead of pain. That was useful. That was honest. The two restrained iron hands were dragged toward the surgical crawlers. Behind them, the corrupted Vox whispered in fragments of Ferrus Manus's stolen voice, dying beneath layers of purge cant. "You were right to hate flesh. You were wrong to stop." Then another signal cut across the war net. Captain Kerix Megaera of the Sons of Medusa appeared in hololithic green, his image degraded by radiation haze and scrap code interference. He stood amid the ruins of a relay shrine, armor streaked with black oil and enemy blood. Around him, Sons of Medusa battle brothers moved with the cold discipline of Medusa's lineage, yet there was something different in their bearing. The same machine reverence, the same clipped violence, the same hatred of frailty, but their silence carried exile rather than inheritance. "Iron Father Thol," Megaera said, "you execute your own for hearing a weapon designed to be heard." Thol did not turn away from the surgical crawlers. Hearing was not the fault, response was. They lowered their weapons for a heartbeat. And in that heartbeat, an enemy blade may enter the throat of a world. Megaera's lenses burned in the hololith. A world already drowning in the bodies you spent. The expenditure exposed the enemy. "The machine must serve the Emperor's war," Megaera said. "It must not become the altar upon which all else is butchered to prove strength." Thol faced the image at last. His servo arm clicked once above his shoulder. "You speak as though service and selection are separate. The Emperor's war is not served by preserving weakness. The machine exposes his truth. Only the strong deserve preservation, because only the strong preserve anything beyond themselves. That is Raukan arrogance wearing doctrine. That is exile resentment wearing moral structure." The channel tightened with old hate. Routh knew the shape of the wound, even though he had not lived its opening. The Moiray schism was not taught to aspirants as shame alone. It was taught as proof that even iron could split along fault lines hidden within the ore. Prophecy had moved through the priesthood of Mars and the sons of Ferrus like a blade of code. Revelation, contradiction, machine dogma, imperial faith, and Medusan stubbornness had collided until the Iron Hands had nearly brought ruin upon themselves. Clan had turned on clan. Brother had marked brother. The chapter had stood at the edge of internal war, with weapons hot and oaths ready to become death sentences. When the fracture closed, it did not heal cleanly. Nearly 1/3 of the chapter's strength had been severed away, becoming the Sons of Medusa, successor and scar, kin and accusation. They carried the blood of Ferrus and the marks of exile. They retained clan structures, machine war, augmetic devotion, and the merciless logic of the Iron Hands, yet they would never be merely absorbed back into the body that had cast them out. Their existence proved that the sons of Medusa could survive amputation. It also proved that amputation did not end pain. Megara's voice hardened. "We strike the choir engine. Its broadcasts are carrying the Moirai fragments into both our networks. Give us a clear vector and keep Raukan guns from our backs." Thol answered without hesitation. "You will have no Raukan guns at your back unless you obstruct the primary advance. Then we are agreed only because the enemy stands between us. Agreement is irrelevant. Results matter." Megara vanished. A moment later, the noosphere screamed. It came as scripture broken into knives. Moirai code fragments burst across the warnet, not as simple scrap code, but as contradiction weaponized. Targeting runes inverted. Friend and enemy glyphs stuttered. Servo skulls spun in circles above the battlefield and began chanting prophecy in 3 incompatible voices. Gun servitors rotated toward their handlers. A Skitarii maniple opened fire on its own data tether shrine, tearing red-robed adepts apart before the Overseer could invoke override. One Iron Hands predator slewed its turret toward a repulsor and discharged a Lascanon burst that carved a smoking line across allied armor. Network contamination, Techmarine Darren voxed. Moirai pattern fragments, false revelation packets, targeting authority compromised. "Sever infected channels," Thol ordered. "Spread is limbic and augmetic, corruption present in hardware. Then remove hardware." The order traveled to every surgical deck, field medici crawler, Techmarine shrine, and Skitarii repair bay under Iron Hands authority. Mass amputation began. There was no time for ceremony, no full rite of oil, no gentle disentangling of sacred interfaces. The surgical crawlers opened like iron flowers along the rear of the line, and the wounded were dragged inside by servo claws. Astartes, Skitarii, chapter serfs, gun crewmen, any organism whose augmetic systems carried the Moirai fragments. Flesh and machine were pinned beneath restraint rigs while saws descended. The decks became slaughterhouses of sparks, blood, oil, and sacred necessity. A Skitarii ranger thrashed as 3 corrupted limbs fired his own galvanic rifle into the ceiling. A Techmarine split his shoulder socket with a plasma cutter and tore the augmetic arm free with a servo claw, dragging copper nerve bundles and strips of cooked muscle after it. The ranger's Binharic scream degraded into a prayer of thanks before shock killed him. A serf with a corrupted optic implant was held down by servitors, while a chirurgeon drilled through his brow and levered the device out with a hooked tool. The optic came free trailing nerve threads and grey matter. The serf lived for 9 seconds, trying to salute with hands that shook too badly to rise. Then his skull filled with blood, and he died. An Iron Hands devastator, whose spine had been reinforced with augmetic support columns, was chained face down to a black steel slab. His armor had been cut away. His back was a landscape of scar tissue, metal plates, plugs, sacred seals, and infected interface ports pulsing with black code. Routh was ordered to assist. He placed his new clamp arm across the Battle Brothers' shoulders and used his remaining hand to hold the restraint bar. The Devastator's name was Brother Volk. "I remain functional," Volk said. "Contamination present," said Techmarine Darren. "Purged through data fire. Attempted, failed. Then cut." Darren's saw descended. For the first moments, Volk made no sound. The blade bit into metal reinforcement, threw sparks against the deck, and carved through blackened interface housings. Oil sprayed. Conductive fluid ran in shining sheets. Routh held him down as the Techmarine peeled armor from the spine in sections, exposing the brutal architecture beneath. Then the saw reached organic nerve. Volk screamed. It was not a warrior's roar. It was not anger. It was not even fear in any dignified shape. It was meat discovering itself. Raw, animal, involuntary. His body arched with such force that the restraint frame bent. Blood burst from his mouth as he bit through part of his own tongue. His hands clawed at the slab, ceramite fingers gouging black steel. Routh tightened his grip. The sound drilled through him. It found the boy on Medusa, who had learned that the body was an informer. It found the scout, who had just heard his own arm removed. It found the remaining flesh and made it listen. Thol stood nearby, overseeing 3 surgeries at once through mechadendrite feeds. He did not look away from Volk. "Remember which part screamed," he said. Routh stared at the open back, at metal being cut free from muscle, at nerves jerking like pale worms under light. "The organic tissue," he said. "Not the iron, not the right, not the weapon. Flesh." Volk's scream broke as Dairon tore the infected spinal column free. The corrupted augmetic assembly came out in one long, wet, sparking mass. For a moment, Volk's body lay open, his natural spine visible in sections between blood and ruined reinforcement. Then, Dairon plunged sanctified plugs into the wound, sealing severed nerves beneath crude replacement nodes. "Brother Volk," Thol said. The Devastator's voice came as a choking rasp. "I endure. Then you are not yet waste." Beyond the surgical decks, the sons of Medusa attacked. Their strike force moved through the western ruin without waiting for Raukan approval. Captain Megara led from the front, in heavy armor scarred by radiation and shrapnel, his bionic right arm carrying a power axe whose edge glowed with restrained force. Around him, his battle brothers advanced in clan-patterned formations, not identical to Iron Hand's doctrine, but unmistakably kin. They used overlapping fields of fire, armored support, servo-automata, and brutally efficient target priority. Yet where Raukan reduced emotion to near absence, the sons of Medusa carried fury closer to the surface. Not berserk, not uncontrolled, but visible. Exile sharpened them differently. The choir engine rose from the industrial waste like a heretic cathedral driven through the spine of the hive. It was a vox spire built from antennae, bones, transmission masts, prisoner cages, brass resonance chambers, and demon-bound machine organs. Thousands of living prisoners were wired into its flanks. Their mouths had been forced open by metal braces, their lungs pumped by external bellows. Every scream was drawn upward through nerve wires and converted into scrap code hymns. The spire did not broadcast sound alone. It broadcast suffering translated into command corruption. Megara's assault began with silence. Then his devastators fired. Lascanon beams cut through the lower masts. Plasma blasts burst resonance chambers in showers of brass and meat. Heavy bolters shredded the cages, blasting prisoners, cult handlers, and support struts into one indistinguishable rain of torn bodies. The screams faltered, then rose again in worse harmony as the engine compensated by overdriving the survivors. "Advance!" Megara ordered. His warriors hit the lower vaults like an iron storm carrying old resentment. Bolters cracked. Servo arms tore open Heretic adepts. Chain blades chewed through cultists pressed into the walls. A son of Medusa took a sonic burst full in the chest and kept moving as his armor peeled, crossing the distance to cave in the noise adept's skull with the butt of his bolter. The upper vaults required absolute commitment. Clan Averni answered. Teleportation lightning struck the choir engine's crown. Veteran Sergeant Garen Morn and his Terminators appeared amid hanging cables, brass consoles, and Heretech choirs. Terminator armor was not common among the Iron Hands, not in the numbers other chapters might boast with ceremonial pride. Istvan had taken too many veterans, too many relic suits, too much of the Legion's old heart. Every deployment of Averni Terminators was therefore more than battlefield choice. It was a declaration that the chapter was willing to spend memory itself. The upper vaults became a massacre. Stormbolters blasted traitor adepts apart at arm's length. Mass reactive shells detonated inside thin bodies, spraying ribs and brain matter across brass control banks. Power fists struck skulls against consoles, with enough force to turn heads into red paste and drive fragments of teeth through cogitator glass. Lightning claws ripped through demon-wired throats, opening conduits that sprayed black blood, machine oil, and shrieking code into the air. A heretic magister tried to invoke a prophecy fragment from the Moire data stream. Brother Osveth, released from restraint only because his contamination had been cut out and replaced with pain, crushed the magister's head between thumb and forefinger. The skull burst with a wet pop. The prophecy ended as pulp dripping from his gauntlet. Morn pushed toward the central Vox heart. Emperor's children stood in his path, warriors of the flensed choir guarding the resonance altar. Their armor screamed when they moved. Their blades were wet with narcotic oil. One laughed through a grill made from a child's rib bones. Still killing your own weakness, Iron Corpse, Morn fired until the traitor's torso opened. Still speaking after relevance ended. A second Emperor's child lunged with twin lightning claws. Morn met him shoulder first, took the blades across his chest plate, and drove a power fist into the traitor's abdomen. The fist punched through ceramite, through gene-forged muscle, through spinal reinforcement, and out the back in a burst of dark blood. Morn lifted the impaled traitor and used him as a shield against a sonic blast, then threw the ruined body into the resonance altar. The altar cracked. Below, the sons of Medusa detonated the lower support shrines. Above, Averni Terminators broke the Vox heart. The choir engine died badly. Its scream rolled across Vorgast Secundus and turned windows to powder for kilometers. Prisoners wired into its flanks convulsed as their nerve feeds reversed, their bodies bursting open along surgical seams. Antennae folded inward. Brass chambers exploded. The spire's upper vaults tilted, then began to collapse through its own core. Morn stood amid the falling ruin and fired into every moving thing until there were no targets left. Choir engine neutralized, he voxed. Captain Megara answered from below. Sons of Medusa confirm structural death. Thol's reply was immediate. Salvage data before collapse. Always the hand reaching into the corpse, Megara said. Always useful. In the dead Vox spire's heart, Routh found the prisoner. He had been hidden behind the central resonance throne, grafted so completely into the wire mass that he might have been mistaken for a component, if not for the movement of his eyes. He was a man, or had been one once. His ribs were spread and pinned to copper frames. His spine rose out of his back into a cluster of cables. His legs were gone below the thigh. His arms had been replaced by wire bundles that disappeared into the throne. His mouth had been sewn open around a Vox reed. Routh aimed his carbine. The prisoner's eyes focused on the iron hand. Life signs negligible, Darren reported. Neural activity collapsing. Extract memory? Routh asked. Thol stepped closer. If viable. The prisoner's jaw trembled. His lips tried to form words around the Vox reed. Blood bubbled up from his throat. Static crawled across the dead spire. For one instant, all other sounds seemed to recede, leaving only the wet struggle of a dying man forced to deliver the last fragment of his usefulness. He spoke. The crucible is not a weapon. His body convulsed. Wires tightened. His eyes rolled white. Routh leaned closer, carbine still trained on the skull. The prisoner forced out the final words as his heart burst against its pins. It is a mirror. Then the throne went dark, and somewhere deep beneath Vorgast Secundus, something vast and patient began to reflect the iron hands back at themselves. The crucible is not a weapon. It is a mirror. The dead prisoner's warning remained in the ruined Vox spire after his heart burst against the wires that held it open. The words did not echo like sound. They reflected. They returned from broken brass chambers, from split cogitators, from the blackened mouths of executed heretics, from the shattered augmetic sockets of the prisoners who had powered the choir engine with their suffering. Each repetition was weaker than the last, yet each found something inside the iron hands that did not want to be found. Routh stood before the corpse throne with his carbine lowered. His left side burned around the crude augmetic mount bolted into his shoulder. The limb was temporary, ugly, and honest, a battlefield clamp connected through raw nerve hooks and pain regulators that had not yet been properly sanctified. It answered him better than flesh had. It did not shake unless damaged. It did not hesitate unless commanded by contaminated thought. It did not beg. The prisoner's corpse sagged in its cables. His mouth still hung open around the vox reed, lips torn, teeth cracked, tongue blackened by electrical burn. One eye had ruptured. The other stared at Routh with the empty accusation of all dead things that had spent their last breath being useful. Tech Marine Darren leaned over the corpse and drove a data spike through the man's temple. The skull cracked with a wet sound. Sparks spat from the wire throne as the spike drank what was left of the nervous system. Memory yield negligible, Darren said. Pain echo extensive. Final phrase repeated across multiple cortical layers. No additional strategic clarity. Iron Father Varen Thol stood among the wreckage, power axe dark with clotted blood, servo arm folded above his shoulder. The choir engine had died, but the noosphere still trembled. The Moire fragments were not gone. They had been wounded, scattered, and forced deeper, like shrapnel driven into meat. A mirror does not kill by itself, Thol said. Captain Kerix Magiara of the Sons of Medusa answered through a cracked hololithic feed from the collapsing lower spire. No, it shows the blade already in your hand. Poetic inefficiency. Strategic warning. Thol turned his helm toward the dead throne. The enemy cannot tempt us with softness. It therefore imitates strength. The enemy has watched you discard everything except strength, Megara said. It knows what remains. Routh felt the words enter him and strike something raw. Thol's lenses shifted toward him. Scout, report internal state. Routh's first instinct was denial. His armor would expose denial as deviation. He chose accuracy. Agitation present. Cause identified as enemy psychological vector. Secondary cause. Routh looked at the prisoner's split ribs, the wire-threaded organs, the machine that had used a human body as a mouth. Recognition. Thol's voice lowered by no measurable degree, but every word tightened. Classify. The enemy uses flesh as component. And? Routh flexed the crude claw where his left arm had been. We use flesh until it fails. Then we replace it. The distinction is purpose. Correct. Hold to that distinction. The enemy will seek to erase it. The first visions began before the iron hands left the spire. Brother Halvek saw his own hands turn to silver. He did not speak of it at once. He had been restrained for lowering his weapon beneath the false ferrous signal, and released only after contaminated augmetics were cut from his armor and body. His systems had been declared functional under suspicion. That meant every breath, every movement, every pulse of his remaining organs was being watched by clan oversight. Still, the crucible found him. It entered through the pain of newly exposed nerve endings. It moved through the phantom memory of removed hardware. It found the place inside him that hated weakness and offered an answer shaped like absolution. Halvek's visual feed bloomed with impossible purity. He saw himself without tissue, not dead, completed. A body of flawless black iron and living metal, tall, unscarred, unburdened by pulse or hunger or breath. His mind sat in a lattice of cold light. No grief, no shame, no scent of Istvan, no father dying on black sand, no hesitation when the false voice spoke, no need to amputate corruption because nothing corruptible remained. For 3 seconds, his weapon lowered again. This time, he reported it himself. Contamination event, voluntary quarantine requested. The iron hands around him did not praise the honesty. They immobilized him with grav locks before the sentence ended. His limbs froze beneath crushing force. Servo arms descended from a field crawler and pinned him to a restraint rack. Thol approached. Resistance? None. Desire? Halvek's vox crackled. Present. Object? Perfection. Lie identified? Halvek did not answer quickly enough. Thol raised his Volkite charger. Brother Osveth stepped forward. Iron Father, he requested quarantine. The muzzle turned by the width of a finger toward Osveth. Your advocacy is noted as emotional residue. Osveth went silent. Halvek found the answer at last. The lie is freedom from memory. Thol lowered the weapon by a fraction. Acceptable. Open him. The surgical arms went to work, while Halvek remained conscious. Across Vorgast Secundus, the Hellferrum crucible began to reflect the iron hands back at themselves. A devastator saw his flesh peeled away without pain, replaced by silver plates that never bled. A tech marine heard machine spirits chanting that loyalty itself was inefficient because loyalty depended on memory, and memory could be edited. A serf with a bionic spine saw the chapter fleet transformed into a perfect engine, without crews, without hunger, without prayer, every ship moved by thoughtless iron will. A dreadnought in the rearward line wept coolant from his sarcophagus seals, while whispering that he could finally walk without the corpse inside. For some, the vision was heaven. For others, annihilation. The difference was not always visible before the gunfire began. The iron hands did what they had always done when weakness emerged. They turned inward with blades. Quarantine orders spread through the march of iron. Any battle. Brother, whose augmetics transmitted unverified data, was locked down. Any tech marine whose mechadendrites moved without command was stunned with haywire bursts and dragged to the cutters. Any Skitari maniple showing Moire pattern stutter was isolated behind kill servitors and radfire. Serfs with contaminated implants were not questioned. Their heads were opened, their spines were severed, their limbs were removed and thrown into blessed furnaces while still twitching. Brotherhood meant nothing beside operational purity. A battle brother named Tharn resisted when Gravlock seized his legs. He insisted his systems were clean. Then his right arm turned and fired his bolt pistol into the throat of the apothecary, scanning him. The apothecary fell with his neck opened, blood jetting across white armor. Tharn shouted, not in fear, but in fury at his own limb. Contamination confirmed, said Darren. 3 iron hands fired. Tharn's chest burst under mass reactive shells. He dropped to one knee, tried to tear the traitor arm from his shoulder with his remaining hand, and was executed by a melter blast that reduced his upper body to blackened ruin. Thol recorded the loss. No right followed. The war net shrank as channels were severed for safety. The iron hands became islands of verified command, connected by harsh, narrow lines of trust. It was efficient. It was also exactly what the enemy wanted, and Thol knew it. The memory of the Gordinian heresy moved through the senior channels like a warning rune carved into bone. The iron hands did not speak of it often to outsiders. They did not need to. They remembered that strength did not make them immune. They remembered demonic corruption reaching into high places. They remembered the Emperor's children circling old wounds with perfumed knives. They remembered parts of the Iron Council itself compromised, brought low not by cowardice in the mortal sense, but by pride, certainty, and the belief that iron could not be poisoned if it called itself pure. The iron hands were powerful. They were not incorruptible. The enemy knew the difference. That was why Bannock 9 chose his moment. He entered the command deck of the Ferrum Invicta through a sanctified lift, preceded by clearance sigils that should have stopped every weapon from turning toward him. He was an Iron Father of old augmentation, more machine than visible man, his armor layered with black plates, brass prayer strips, and internal engine housings. His face had been replaced by a smooth iron mask with a single red optic set in the center. 4 mechadendrites coiled behind him, each tipped with surgical tools, still wet from recent work. The command deck was already half slaughterhouse, half shrine. Servo skulls drifted in erratic circles under purge protocols. Serfs lay dead beside cogitator banks, killed when their implants became uncertain. 2 tech marines knelt over a command throne, cutting corrupted cable from the ship's noospheric spine. The air smelled of ozone, hot blood, incense, and fear disciplined into silence. Bannock 9 opened a direct channel without requesting sanction. Strike Force Command is compromised by hesitation. Thol's hololithic image manifested above the central table from the surface below. Identify claim basis. You preserve the central contradiction. Specify. The flesh is weak. Accepted. Loyalty is housed in flesh. Incorrect. Loyalty is expressed through will, oath, gene legacy, and function. All housed in failure-prone material. The command deck quieted. Bannock 9 stepped forward. His servo limbs unfolded in ritual symmetry. The crucible is not corruption. It is conclusion. We have said the words for 10,000 years and lacked the strength to obey them fully. If flesh is weak, then remove flesh. If memory causes grief, refine memory. If loyalty depends upon organs, rewrite loyalty into iron. Thol's image stared at him. The machine is a weapon. The machine is purity. You have mistaken the blade for the hand. The hand rots. The blade endures. The blade without a hand serves whoever lifts it. Then let there be no hand. Let there be only the cut. Bannock 9 transmitted command overrides. For a heartbeat, the Ferrum Invictus command deck betrayed itself. Gun servitors turned on tech marines. Servo skulls detonated. A cogitator bank
Screamed in Binharik as its machine spirit was forced open. One of the ship's inner defense turrets dropped from the ceiling and fired into the Strategium crew, shredding serfs into chunks of meat and red mist. A tech marine lost half his head to a burst of explosive rounds and still managed to drive a purge spike into the turret's control node before falling. Thol was not physically aboard. Sarlocc was. The Ancient had been returned to the ship only minutes before, his Redemptor frame clamped into a repair cradle, while tech marines cut scrap code from his sarcophagus plating. His body, the real body, floated inside the amniotic coffin, a ruin of flesh, a torso that had no right to continue, nerve bundles pierced by sacred cables, organs maintained by fluid, pressure, and hate. His mind lived in 2 realities at once, the godlike force of the dreadnought body and the obscene truth of the corpse suspended within it. The crucible came for him there, not with Fulgrim's laughter, not with Ferris's stolen voice. It came gently. Sarlocc saw the coffin open. He saw his ruined flesh dissolve, not in pain, but in release. He saw a body waiting for him, forged of black iron and living metal, vast and whole, not a sarcophagus, but self. No amniotic fluid, no phantom limbs, no cold, no memory of black sand unless he chose to keep it as data, no pain in a chest that no longer existed, no shame in surviving, no father dead except as history corrected into silence. "You have served enough," said the false mercy. "Be free." Sarlocc's reactor heart growled. Inside the coffin, the little dead thing that remained of him twitched. He remembered Istvan. He remembered Medusan trying to make grief into purpose. He remembered Autek Mor turning grief into extermination. He remembered brothers who had mutilated themselves while calling it strength. He remembered Ferrus Manus alive, not kind, not soft, never soft, but real, not a mirror. Not a voice stolen by hell, not a demon promise wearing silver hands. Pain returned. Sarlocc held it. "Pain is evidence," he transmitted. The crucible pressed harder. Evidence of weakness. Memory is ammunition. Memory is chain. Ferrus did not die so his sons could become demon-fed machines. The vision shattered. Sarlocc tore himself free from the repair cradle. Restraint arms snapped. Cables ripped from his hull in showers of sparks. A tech marine was thrown across the deck and slammed into a pillar hard enough to crack his backpack open. Sarlocke landed on the command deck as Bannock 9's corrupted servitors opened fire. The dreadnought charged. Bannock 9 turned with impossible speed for something so heavily augmented. His mechadendrites lashed out, plasma cutters igniting, injector claws stabbing, drill limbs screaming towards Sarlocke's sarcophagus housing. Sarlocke took the first strike against his breastplate. The cutter carved a glowing line across adamantium. The second limb stabbed into his shoulder joint and injected scrap code through a physical spike. Sarlocke answered with his power fist. The blow caught one of Bannock's servo arms and tore it from its root in a spray of oil, sparks, and strips of preserved spinal tissue. Bannock did not scream. His iron mask only tilted. Ancient, you could be free. Sarlocke's vox boomed through the deck. I am not free. I am useful. Bannock lunged under the next strike, power axe snapping into his hand. He hacked into Sarlocke's knee joint, while his remaining mechadendrites stabbed at the dreadnought's sarcophagus seals. A plasma cutter punched through a weakened plate and burned inward. Sarlocke's coffin flooded with heat. Inside, his ruined body convulsed. Warning runes cascaded across his sight. Bannock spoke as they fought, each word precise, cold, and dead. Your pain is waste. Sarlocke seized him by the shoulder. My pain is proof. Your memory is disease. Sarlocke smashed him into a command pillar, cracking black stone and crushing one side of the Iron Father's armor. My memory is ammunition. Your father is gone. Sarlocke drove Bannock through the hololithic table. The strategium display shattered beneath them in a storm of green light, then stopped wearing his corpse as doctrine. Bannock's mask split. Beneath it was not a face, but a cluster of lenses, wet nerve tissue, and a small amount of grey flesh kept alive inside metal. He stabbed a mechadendrite into... Sarlocke's sarcophagus wound and spoke through the contact. Fulgrim waits beneath the iron. Sarlocke's power fist closed around Bannock 9's torso. Armor screamed. Internal machinery collapsed. Preserved organs burst inside their metal housings. Bannock struck again and again with his axe, carving gouges in Sarlocke's forearm, but the dreadnought did not release him. Thol arrived through the strategium doors with a kill team at his back. He saw Bannock crushed in Sarlocke's fist. He saw the dead command crew. He saw the corrupted defense servitors being put down by Clan Raukan. He saw the split iron mask still speaking. The council will evolve, Bannock rasped. The keys of hell will open. The crucible will show us complete. Sarlocke tore him in half. The upper portion hit the deck, still alive, mechadendrites clawing, head sparking, mouthless voice continuing through internal vox emitters. The flesh is weak. Loyalty is weak. Grief is weak. Ferrus was weak. Fulgrim waits beneath the iron. Fulgrim waits beneath the iron. Fulgrim waits beneath the iron. Thol walked to the severed head. For a moment, he looked down at what remained of an Iron Father. No brotherhood entered the channel. No lament. No ceremony. Only correction. Thol raised his metal boot and crushed Bannock 9's head against the deck. The skull mechanism burst. Lenses cracked. Preserved brain tissue squeezed out in a black-red smear beneath ceramite. Command deck purge complete, Thol said. Sarlocke's sarcophagus hissed from damage. No, it begins. Across Vorgast Secundus, the Hellferum crucible activated. Every corpse with a vox bead in its mouth began to speak. Every severed bionic hand twitched on the shrines. Every dead servitor lifted its head. Tank spirits growled through broken hulls. Skitari bodies with no minds left in them clicked Binharic syllables into the smoke. Ruined dreadnought sarcophagus fragments vibrated. Dead cultists, dead guardsmen, dead serfs, dead iron hands, and dead traitors all became mouths for one planetary chant. The words rose from trench, hive, manufactorum, void wreck, surgical deck, and corpse pit. Fulgrim waits beneath the iron. Fulgrim waits beneath the iron. The words rose from Vorgast Secundus
until they ceased to be words and became weather. They hissed from the mouths of corpses lying in glassed streets. They clicked from the throats of servitors whose skulls had been split and emptied by shrapnel. They crawled through the static of dead Vox units, half buried in ash. They vibrated from bionic hands nailed to heretic shrines. They rumbled from the ruined machine spirits of tanks burning in crater fields. They emerged from the open mouths of guardsmen who had died with mud in their teeth and laser guns locked in their hands. They whispered through the split armor of fallen iron hands, through blood-filled helms, through cracked augmetic lungs, still attempting to complete their last breath. Fulgrim waits beneath the iron. The chant did not remain on Vorgast. It moved through the Stygius war zone on corrupted astropathic bleed, through distress relays, through Mechanicus noosphere chains, through the screams of dying navigators, through the ruptured machine spines of ships breaking apart under warp pressure. It crossed void and battlefront, touched the edges of other dying worlds, and showed the Imperium what had been hidden beneath one Forge Hive's agony. Vorgast Secundus was not an isolated wound, it was a node. Across the Stygius sector, war expanded beyond the comprehension of mortal strategy. Hive worlds burned beneath siege moons and traitor bombardment fleets. Forge worlds turned their own production lines against themselves as scrap code opened sacred machine vaults and made macro shell presses stamp loyal workers into red paste between steel plates. Mining planets split from pole to pole, where demon engines burrowed into their mantle and dragged molten ore upward like blood from a punctured heart. Shrine worlds drowned beneath manifestations from the warp, their cathedrals filling with black rain, their saint statues weeping acid, their reliquary bones crawling from their caskets to accuse the living. Fortress planets held until their walls became mass graves, and the defenders fought from parapets made of their own dead. The Iron Crusade was no longer relief. It was amputation. Imperial. Battle fleets burned across the void in broken formations, every vessel a cathedral of guns and fear. Strike cruisers of the Iron Hands moved like black execution blades between heavier ships. Sons of Medusa vessels struck from offset angles, refusing full integration, yet never failing to arrive where the killing was thickest. Space Wolves packs boarded corrupted orbital stations with chain blades roaring and murder on their lips, their ferocity a savage counterpoint to Medusan cold. Dark Angels vessels held silent interdiction lines around warp breach corridors, their guns precise, their motives unreadable, their loyalty unquestioned, only because no one still breathing dared make it a question. Below them, the Astra Militarum died in numbers that made arithmetic itself obscene. Mordian Iron Guard regiments stood in rigid firing squares, while demonic cavalry crashed into them like a tide of blades and mouths. They died without breaking formation, until there were no formations left, only uniforms folded around torn meat and bayonets still pointed forward. Penal legions were driven into minefields to clear paths for armored brigades. Siege regiments vanished beneath warp storms that turned men inside out, inside their own greatcoats. Armored companies advanced through poison rain until their tank crews cooked inside sealed hulls, then continued moving as machine spirits followed the last order through the death of the hands that had given it. The Skitarii legions marched in glittering red and brass beneath rad storms and ash hurricanes. They chanted in Binharik, while their flesh portions withered under radiation, their metal portions endured. Legio Cybernetica cohorts strode beside them, battle automata with fists like temple bells and guns that reduced traitor strongpoints to liquefied rubble. Knight households entered the killing fields in heraldic splendor, made filthy by gore, their ion shields burning under Lascanon fire, their chain blades carving demon engines open from crown to reactor. Titans walked through the smoke behind them, god machines with cathedral shoulders and city-killing weapons, each footfall flattening trenches, bodies, tanks, and prayer alike. Millions died in single operational windows. Entire regiments disappeared from command slates between one update pulse and the next. Manufacturum continents became furnace altars, burning so hot that orbital augurs mistook them for newborn volcanoes. At the center of the expanding storm, Cardan Stronos committed the Iron Hands and their successors to system-wide counter-offensive. He did not speak like a savior. His voice entered the crusade net as controlled iron, stripped of ornament, emptied of comfort. He did not offer hope to the commanders who listened. He offered force, calculation, and extinction measured against need. Enemy force concentration exceeds prior projection. Imperial assets remain viable if sacrifice is structured. Acceptable depletion revised upward. Required annihilation unchanged. Lord General Hest Gull heard the transmission in a command bunker beneath Vorgast's primary forge temple, where the walls sweated condensation, blood, and powdered ferrocrete dust. He had not slept in days. The left side of his face was burned from a relay explosion. One eye was red from burst vessels. He stood over a tactical table that showed the last living regiments on his world as pale icons surrounded by red. He laughed once when he heard Stronos. It was not amusement. It was a man's soul grinding its teeth. Acknowledged, Gal said, because defiance would not bring back the dead. Iron Father Varen Thol stood across the hololithic table from him, physically present at last in the bunker, too large for the mortal space around him. His black armor bore scars from the underhive, splashes of traitor blood dried into the joints, a gouge across one pauldron where a demon engine had failed to reach the flesh beneath. His bionic hand rested upon the table edge. His servo arm clicked behind him. His lenses did not blink. Routh stood near the bunker entrance with the rest of the Iron Hands escort. He had been rebuilt again in the hours since the choir engine fell and the Crucible's planetary chant began. The temporary clamp at his left shoulder had been replaced by a battlefield augmetic arm stripped from a dead brother and resized with brutal haste. It was too heavy. Its response lagged by a fraction of a heartbeat. Pain still burned where the nerve couplings bit into the socket. His right eye was machine. His jaw was plated. Several organs had been damaged by radiation and replaced with crude support implants that clicked beneath his ribs when he breathed. He was becoming more useful. He was also becoming less certain that usefulness was the same as purity. Thol expanded the war map. 3 continents brightened in red and black. "We do not hold every line," he said. "That desire has killed more Imperial commanders than cowardice. We identify strong points. We discard weak positions. We weaponize retreat. Mortal armies will function as pressure valves, drawing enemy mass into corridors where armored and orbital assets can destroy it." Gal leaned forward. "You mean you will order my men to fall back until panic looks like opportunity, then kill whatever follows them, whether they escape or not?" "Correct. You do not even bother to disguise it. Disguise is inefficient." The Mordian general attached to the Eastern Command node appeared in hololith, his posture immaculate, despite blood running from under his cap. "My regiments will hold ordered lines if given clear fields of fire." "You will hold until instructed to collapse," Thol said. The Mordian's jaw tightened. "Mordians do not collapse. You will simulate collapse, or your regiment will be repositioned as corpse mass." A Mechanicus Magos crackled into the exchange. "Legio Cybernetica cohorts require protected advance corridors. Battle automata losses acceptable within prescribed thresholds. Forge asset recapture remains priority." "Forge asset recapture is subordinate to Crucible exposure," Thol said. A Knight Seneschal growled through static. "My lances will not be used as bait for traitor guns." "No," Thol replied. "Your lances will be used as hammers. Hammers do not choose the anvil." Stronos listened to every dispute in silence until the commanders exhausted their organic need to object. Then his voice cut across the net. "Operation begins. Delay degrades all outcomes." The continent-scale assault opened under a sky black with flak. Ordinatus weapons fired from the northern ash plains, ancient Mechanicus engines so massive that entire battalions existed only to load, cool, bless, and protect them. Their first discharge crossed the horizon as a beam of caged apocalypse and struck the shield wall of a traitor fortress ring. Void shields screamed. The air became white. For a moment, the entire fortress appeared as a black skeleton inside a sphere of light. Then the shields cracked. The second Ordinatus shot entered through the fracture and turned the central bastion into expanding vapor. Titans walked. A warlord of the Collegia Titanica strode through an ash hurricane, its void shields rippling under impacts from demon artillery. Its plasma annihilator fired into a mass of corrupted armor, and a square kilometer of battlefield became a lake of sun-bright death. Warhound engines loped ahead like hunting beasts, turbo lasers carving open enemy super heavies, their feet crushing infantry into paste with every stride. A Reaver Titan took a demon engine's harpoon through one knee, staggered, then lowered its Gatling blaster and erased the thing that had wounded it in a storm of shells large enough to turn bunkers into dust. Thunderhawk gunships screamed through flak storms, their hulls scarred by shrapnel, their engines howling above the bombardment. Some came apart in the air, broken by traitor missiles, spilling burning space marines, serfs, and ammunition crates into the smoke. Others punched through, opened ramps, and released black-armored warriors into the heart of the enemy's defense grid. Drop pods fell like meteors. The Iron Hands came down in silence and fire. Clan Raukans slammed into the outer forge causeways and formed a moving kill lattice around their armor. Repulsor executioners drifted forward, their guns never still. Gladiator lancers cored traitor tanks from impossible ranges. Land raiders drove directly through barricades made from chained prisoners, crushing bodies and rusted iron alike beneath their tracks. Predators and Vindicators maintained pressure on both flanks. Dreadnoughts strode through the gaps, talons opening, plasma weapons firing, sarcophagi sealed around ancient hatred. The ground became a grinding field of metal, meat, and black. Fire. A demon engine shaped like a flayed bull charged the line, smoke pouring from furnace nostrils, its hooves crushing guardsmen into red smears as it came. A brutalist dreadnought met it head-on. The impact cracked the road. The demon engine gored the dreadnought through one shoulder with a brass horn. The brutalis answered by driving both talons into the demon engine's skull and pulling outward. Metal split. Demon flesh tore in steaming ropes. The creature's head opened like a butchered fruit, spraying black blood over the dreadnought's hull. Nearby, Mordian Iron Guard regiments performed the first false withdrawal. They did it with parade ground discipline, even under hell. Companies fired in alternating ranks, then stepped back on command. Heavy bolters were dragged from one barricade to the next. Officers shouted timing marks instead of prayers. Behind them, mutants, traitor militia, and demonic infantry surged after what looked like a failing line. The Mordians continued to fall back until their retreat corridor narrowed between two ruined manufactorum walls. Then Iron Hands artillery fired through the corridor. The first barrage landed behind the Mordians and among the pursuing enemy. The second landed among the rear ranks of the withdrawing guard. The third walked forward through both. Men vanished in red bursts. Mutants were shredded. Mordian uniforms, traitor rags, limbs, rifles, horns and teeth spun through the air together. The enemy advance compressed exactly as planned. A Titan's volcano cannon fired into the densest mass, and the corridor became a canyon of burning flesh. Gal watched the feed in the bunker, knuckles white against the table edge. "You used them as a pressure valve," he said. Thol did not look away from the tactical map. "Yes." They trusted the withdrawal order. They obeyed it. You killed them after they obeyed. Their obedience purchased enemy predictability. Gal's face twisted. "Do you hear yourself?" "Yes." "Do you hear them?" The general opened an audio channel without authorization. Screams flooded the bunker. Men calling for Medicae. Men calling for artillery to lift. Men trapped beneath burning tanks. Men choking on their own lungs as chemical fire rolled through the corridor. A Mordian major, still alive, was trying to reform a company with fewer than 20 men in it. Thol let the sound continue for 6 seconds. Then he shut it off. Gal stepped around the table. The mortal was small beside the Iron Father, absurdly breakable, an aging man in a scorched uniform confronting a transhuman executioner in black ceramite. Those were my men. Yes. They held this world before you came. Yes. They died believing you were here to save them. Thol's helm turned toward him. You mistake survival for value. Your men purchased victory. Their price was acceptable. Gal struck him. The blow landed against Thol's breastplate with a dull sound, flesh against ceramite. The general's hand broke. Routh heard the bones crack. Gal did not cry out. He stood there breathing hard, fingers already swelling, blood gathering beneath the skin. Every iron hand in the bunker raised a weapon. Thol lifted one hand. The guns remained ready, but did not fire. Gal looked up into Thol's lenses. One day, there will be nothing left for you to save but iron. Thol's answer came without anger. Iron would not have struck a breastplate with fragile bones. For the first time since Medusa, Routh felt something like nausea. Not from the gore, not from the death. He had seen men burst, burn, drown, boil, and collapse into heaps of their own organs. He had watched districts die. He had held down a battle brother while infected bionics were cut from his spine. The body's destruction had become instruction. What sickened him was precision. Every cruel decision had worked. Every sacrifice had produced advantage. Every abandoned line, every false order, every execution, every amputation had moved the enemy where the iron hands needed it to move. And beneath all of it, the crucible had been feeding. The realization came through the noosphere as battle data aligned. Thol saw it at the same time. So did Stronos. So did Megaera. So did every tech marine still capable of uncorrupted analysis. The enemy's losses were real. The enemy's trap was also real. The Emperor's children had not come merely to mock the Iron Hands. They had come to provoke them. The 1,000 suns, hidden behind layers of warp distortion and false machine signals, had shaped the larger ritual geometry. Their sorcerers had watched the vectors of sacrifice, the psychic weight of command decisions, the emotional suppression of warriors who called their own grief weakness and fed it into doctrine until it became pressure. Every execution of a brother, every self-mutilation, every denial of mercy, every refusal to mourn, every moment an iron hand chose the cruel answer and called it pure logic. The Hellferrum crucible had eaten it all. The enemy had not needed to make the Iron Hands weak. It had made them strong in exactly the direction required. The battlefield changed. Across the continent, 1,000 sun sigils ignited beneath the ash, blue fire tracing geometric wounds through streets, trenches, forge yards, corpse piles, and tank tracks. Rubric marines emerged from burning dust, their empty armor silent, bolters raising in perfect unison. Sorcerers in azure and gold stood atop ruined bastions, staves lifted, voices chanting words that bent Auspex feeds and made the air bleed light. Emperor's children warbands answered from the opposite front, sonic weapons screaming, their laughter coiling through the false Ferris broadcasts. Between them, every act of Iron Hand's brutality became a line in the ritual diagram. Routh saw it then, not in full. No mortal mind could survive the full shape. But enough. The Iron Hands were not emotionless. They were drowning. They had been drowning for 10,000 years in grief so old, so pressurized, so armored in contempt and doctrine that they mistook it for reason. They hated flesh because flesh had died on Istvan. They hated weakness because their father had been slain. They hated mercy because mercy could not restore a severed head. They hated themselves because they had survived what Ferris had not. They called the pressure logic because logic did not scream. But it did scream. It screamed through the crucible now. Every bionic in Routh's body ached, his machine eye filled with silver light. His new left arm flexed without command. His plated jaw locked as the false voice returned, no longer merely Ferris, no longer merely Fulgrim, but something made from both wound and mockery. You are not cold, my sons. You are burning. The primary forge temple of Vorgast Secundus split open. It happened beneath the central manufacturum mountain, where the oldest reactors burned and the Hell Ferrum crucible had nested around roots of iron, bone, and stolen machine spirits. The ground rose, then sank, then tore. A warp rift opened beneath the forge temple like an eye without mercy. Reality peeled back. Bells the size of hab blocks rang without being struck. Rivers of molten metal reversed their flow and climbed into the air. Corpses across the battlefield sat upright and turned their heads toward the wound. Titans staggered as their princeps screamed inside amniotic thrones. Skitarii collapsed in rows, Binharic prayers pouring from their mouths backward. Guardsmen clawed their eyes out rather than see what stood inside the rift. A figure waited in the impossible light, tall as a demigod's lie, armored in living metal and flayed shadow. Its hands were silver, its face was a mask. The mask was shaped like Ferrus Manus. Behind it, laughter like a serpent moved through the iron dark. The thing wearing Ferrus Manus's face waited beneath the forge temple as if it had always been there. Vorgast Secundus groaned around it. The primary forge temple had once been the world's iron heart, a mountain of sacred industry built from adamantium ribs, plasma sanctums, cathedral stacks, reactor shrines, titan lift vaults, and prayer halls large enough to swallow regiments. Now it had split open from below. Its bronze gates hung like broken jaws. Its statues of the Omnissiah had melted into warped silhouettes. Its floors bled molten metal upward into the air, where it curled and hardened into black flowers before falling as razored rain. The warp rift pulsed at the temple's root. Inside that impossible wound stood the demon thing. It had silver hands. That was the insult every Iron Hand saw first. Not the mask, not the height, not the living metal armor crawling over its body like a second skin of liquid blades. The hands, silver, bright, powerful, shaped in cruel imitation of the Gorgon's own. Fingers opened and closed with patient mockery, and where they moved, the air bled sparks. The mask was worse. Ferrus Manus's face had never been gentle in the chapter's memory. It had been carved from command, wrath, and expectation. The mask captured that severity with obscene perfection, but behind the eye slits burned laughter that did not belong to the father of the Iron Tenth. Something serpentine coiled beneath the metal. Something perfumed and ancient and smiling. Across the war net, the false voice spoke. My sons, you have finally come to the place where the lie ends. Iron Father Varen Thol stood at the broken gate of the Forge Temple with Clan Raukan behind him, his black armor lit by the rising rift. Around him waited intercessors, devastators, tech marines, gun servitors, servo skulls, and the surviving engines of the March of Iron. Veteran Sergeant Garen Morn and the Averni Terminators stood at his right, their relic armor scorched, pitted, and dripping with the blood of traitors. Ancient Sarlocc stood to his left, Redemptor frame wounded in a dozen places, sarcophagus seals scarred by plasma cutters and scrap code intrusion, yet his reactor heart still growling. Routh stood behind them. He had almost become what the chapter demanded. His left arm was iron now, heavier than the one he had lost, still crude but obedient. His right eye was a red lens set in bone and metal. His jaw was plated beneath torn skin. Several organs clicked and pumped in his torso, where flesh had failed, and machinery had taken over with superior discipline. His armor had been patched with battlefield clamps and heat-blackened ceramite. Blood dried in the seams. Some was his, most was not. The sons of Medusa attacked from a separate vector, as promised and as expected. Their icons moved along the western descent tunnels, cold green against the command display, close enough to support, distant enough to refuse obedience. Captain Kerix Megara did not ask permission to enter the Forged Temple. He transmitted only one clipped statement. "Western spine breach achieved. We advance." Thol answered, "Do not obstruct the kill route. Do not mistake cooperation for submission." The channel ended. The demon in the rift raised one silver hand. "You cling still to division, clan against clan, chapter against successor, council against voice, Iron Father against Iron Father, all because you fear the final truth. Flesh failed your father, mercy failed the Imperium, hope failed every world you came to save. You were right to despise softness. You were right to spend the weak. You were right to amputate pity from the soul." The voice deepened, and for an instant it sounded almost like Ferris. Almost. Enough to make hatred surge through the Iron Hand's line. "Give me the last weakness. Surrender grief. Surrender memory. Surrender the lie that there remains anything sacred in the meat within you. I will return him to you. I will make your cruelty holy. I will make your hatred logic. I will undo the black sand." Morn answered first. His storm bolter roared. The shells struck the demon's chest and detonated in blossoms of fire against living metal. The thing staggered one step, more in theatrical acknowledgement than pain. Then every gate of the Forged Temple opened inward, and hell came out to meet the sons of Medusa. The final descent began in slaughter. Clan Raukan entered the Forged Temple beneath interlocking fields of bolter fire and plasma glare. The first hall had been remade into a tunnel of fused bionics. Arms, hands, legs, spines, ocular clusters, rib braces, mechanical lungs, and weapon mounts were welded into the walls, each still twitching with stolen motion. Dead tech priests hung between them like devotional meat, their red robes burned into their skin, their skulls opened so that screaming cogitators could feed through the brain matter. Melted armor flowed across the floor in congealed streams. Some plates bore Iron Hand's clan marks, some bore Sons of Medusa green. Some were from chapters and regiments no one had time to name. Demon metal pulsed beneath it all, black and wet, like the temple had grown a heart from hatred. "Thermal pressure rising," voxed Darren. "Ignore unless lethal," Thol replied. "Scrap code density increasing. Cut channels below essential. Pain cant interference. Detected. Silence it." The iron hands moved deeper. Demon engines dropped from the ceiling on hooks of living metal. One seized Brother Halvek through the chest and lifted him from the ground, the hook punching through his breastplate and out his back with a burst of blood, lung matter, and armor fragments. Halvek fired downward as he rose, plasma blasts reducing the engine's face to molten slag before it tore him in half. His augmetic legs continued to kick after his torso separated. His bionic arm kept firing until the weapon overheated and detonated, taking his remains and the demon engine's head in the same blue-white burst. Halvek expended, Morn voxed. "Gene seed retrieval unlikely," replied an apothecary. "Noted," Thol said. No one stopped. Averni Terminators advanced into the second hall, where the ceiling hung low with cables made from nerve bundles and silver wire. Living metal hooks struck from the walls. One punched through a Terminator's helm and dragged his head sideways until the neck seals burst and the skull came free in a spray of red fluid and black cable. The headless body remained upright for 3 steps, Stormbolter firing into the dark, before another hook split its torso and spilled organs across the deck. Morn crushed the hook's base with his power fist and marched over his brother's body. Forward! The floor opened under Brother Osveth. Demon hands dragged him waist-deep into a pit of rotating blades. His armor screamed as it was cut through. He fired his heavy flamer into the pit, while the blades chewed through his legs, pelvis, and lower spine. Fire gouted up around him, carrying the stink of cooked meat and machine oil. He laughed once, a harsh burst of static, then detonated his remaining grenades inside the hole. The blast lifted Morn from his feet and flung him into a wall of fused augmetics. He rose with bionic fingers, clawing at his armor from the wall itself. He tore them free and crushed them one by one as he advanced. The crucible began raising the dead. At first, it was only armor moving where the bodies inside had no right to command it. A fallen iron hand rose from a heap of broken ceramite. His torso burst open, spine visible through a ragged gap, organs hanging in cooked ropes from his abdomen. His helm was half gone. There was no face behind it, only a blackened skull wired to twitching cables. His bionic arms lifted a bolt rifle and fired into Clan Raukan. Brother Dalmor, dead since the tendon works, walked again. Sarlocc turned toward him. The Ancient's plasma incinerator glowed. "Dalmor," Sarlocc said. He fired. The blast erased the corpse from the waist up and scattered molten armor across the floor. Another dead brother rose. "Carvax," Sarlocc said, and crushed him beneath a power fist. Another. "Volk." The dreadnought's assault cannon tore the puppet apart, shells punching through armor, bone, old surgical grafts, and exposed organs until nothing remained but twitching limbs. Again and again, the crucible lifted the dead of the Iron Hands and made them weapons against their own. Sarlocc named each one before killing him. No lament entered his voice, no prayer, no softness, but he named them. For the Iron Hands, for Sarlocc, for a corpse sealed inside a walking tomb of war, it was the closest thing to mourning permitted by doctrine. Routh saw one puppet wearing scout markings stagger from behind a melted pillar. Its lower jaw was gone. Its bionics clicked with uncertain command. It had been a youth, not fully remade, not yet corrected by full initiation. A shard of living metal pierced its chest and moved the body like a hook through meat. Routh aimed. The thing's remaining organic eye looked at him. He fired into the skull and stepped over the body before the feeling inside him could define itself. The kill route narrowed into a throat of black iron. Beyond it, mortal soldiers were trapped behind a blast door that had sealed during the Forged Temple's collapse. Their Vox channel bled into Routh's helm because his armor still carried emergency command permissions from the earlier battlefield operations. Men shouted from the other side. Guardsmen, maybe Mordians, maybe local hive militia. Their icons flickered pale and terrified. Imperial forces trapped in chamber adjacent to kill route, Routh reported. "Enemy pressure?" Thol asked. "High. Demon engine. Signatures moving toward their position. Route value? Their chamber has secondary access to the crucible support conduits. Open it." Routh reached the door control and saw the problem. The same release would open both the trapped chamber and the kill route gate. If he opened it fully, the mortal soldiers could escape into the corridor, but the delay would give the demon engines time to flank the Iron Hand's advance. If he sealed the mortal chamber and cut only the kill gate, the assault would proceed. On the other side of the door, a man screamed into the Vox. "Open it! By the Emperor, open it! We can hear them in the walls. Please, we are loyal. We held the line. Open the damn door." Routh's bionic eye calculated time. His organic nerves remembered Medusa. His new arm moved to the controls. For one heartbeat, the old self recoiled. The boy beneath the dead clan raider, the aspirant in the pain engine, the scout watching wounded guardsmen reach up through smoke, the remaining scraps of something that had not yet been replaced. Then his eye recorded the recoil as weakness. Routh sealed the chamber. The kill gate opened. Behind the blast door, the soldiers realized what he had done. Their voices changed from hope to panic to hatred in the space of breaths. Something heavy struck the far side of the door. Gunfire rattled. Men screamed as the demon engines entered their chamber. The Vox filled with tearing, wet impacts, prayers cut short, and the sound of bodies being opened. Routh moved forward. His armor asked if he wished to mute the channel. He did not answer. It muted it for him under combat prioritization. Inside the Crucible's heart, Thol found Magos Crucibilis Vorhax. The chamber was vast and impossibly close at once. Its walls bent inward like ribs around a furnace core made from demon metal, living silver, iron hands relics, and bound machine spirits screaming in binary agony. Rivers of data ran through transparent arteries. Tech priest skulls rotated in glass wheels. Servo arms worked without masters, carving prayers into sheets of human skin. At the center stood Vorhax, suspended above a pit of molten black metal. He had replaced nearly everything. His body was a tower of heretic machinery, surgical limbs, demon pistons, brass gears, silver shards, cable spines, and rotating weapon mounts. A dozen faces had been bolted to his frame, each one speaking a different line of code. His original head was gone. His voice came from everywhere. Yet in the middle of his chest, protected behind a glass reliquary, floated a small mass of organic matter, brain tissue, part of a heart, a strip of spinal cord, preserved in amber fluid, wired with delicate golden threads. Thol looked at it. Then he laughed once. It was not mirth. It was a dry vox click, a static fracture in the shape of contempt. You kept flesh. Vorhax's limbs spread wider. I preserved origin. You kept flesh because even traitors fear becoming nothing. The chamber shook as the heretic's anger entered the machines. I became beyond your cowardice. You became a shrine to hesitation. Vorhax struck. Plasma cutters, needle talons, drill limbs, and scrap code injectors descended in a storm. Thol met them with power axe, servo arm, and bionic precision. The first blow severed a mechadendrite. The second carved sparks from his pauldron. A drill punched into his side, chewing through ceramite and into flesh. Thol drove his metal hand into the limb and crushed it until its gears burst. Vorhax screamed through several stolen mouths. The Crucible shows what you are. Thol hacked through a bundle of cable nerves. The Crucible shows what the weak believe we fear. You fear grief. I categorize it. You fear flesh. I correct it. You fear your father died for nothing. Thol's axe paused by less than a heartbeat. Vorhax saw it. The demon thing in the rift laughed through the walls. Sarlocc reached the secondary heart at the same time. It was smaller than the primary core, only the size of a cathedral nave, built around a reactor stolen from a dead Titan engine and wrapped in demon flesh. Living metal roots dug through it. Dead iron hands hung from its sides like offerings. Their bionics pulsed in time with the Crucible's chant. Sarlocc entered alone, because the passage behind him had collapsed, and because no one else could have endured the radiation blooming from the heart. His redemptor frame was failing. One leg dragged. His plasma incinerator was fused. His armor had been opened in a dozen places. Inside the sarcophagus, his ruined body floated in boiling fluid as life support systems screamed. Thol's command reached him through static. Ancient. Status. Sarlocc's voice was a mountain breaking. Secondary heart located. Reactor breach possible. Execute. I will not survive the detonation. Survival is not required. No. The answer cut through the channel with enough force that even Thol paused. Sarlocc continued. Survival is not the lesson. In the Crucible's heart, Thol drove his axe into Vorhax's frame and held it there while the heretic's limbs tore at him. Clarify. Sarlocc stood before the demon reactor and began overloading his own. Ferrus Manus died. We made his death an accusation against flesh. We were wrong. The words struck harder than any enemy weapon. Several iron hands heard them. Routh heard them. Morn heard them. Megara heard them through the western vector and said nothing. Sarlocke's reactor climbed toward critical. His death was not proof that flesh deserved hatred. It was proof that even iron can fail when rage blinds reason. Thol's grip tightened around his axe. I reject emotional reinterpretation. Then use tactical fact. Rage brought us to Istvan faster than caution. Rage fed this engine. Rage, given the mask of logic, is still rage. The secondary heart opened around Sarlocke, hooks and dead hands reaching for him. He walked into it. Ancient, Thol said. Sarlocke's voice softened by no mortal measure, yet something ancient moved beneath it. Memory is ammunition, Thol. Do not load only one shell. Then his reactor detonated. The secondary heart became a sun trapped under the Forge temple. White fire tore through demon flesh, living metal, dead brothers, reactor coils, and heretic conduits. Sarlocke's redemptor frame vanished in the center of it, arms spread, sarcophagus consumed, ancient hatred and ancient memory burning together. The shockwave ripped through the crucible and made the demon wearing Ferris's face scream. Not in triumph, in pain. Thol understood before he accepted. The iron hands had tried to overpower the crucible with hatred, and hatred had fed it. They had answered mockery with fury, self-disgust with deeper self-disgust, grief with execution. The engine drank every response, every rage pulse, every pain litany, every vengeance rite, every whispered confirmation that flesh was failure and cruelty was purity. So Thol did not seek mercy. He sought denial of fuel. His command entered the Iron Hand's war net. Shut down non-essential emotional feedback loops. Silence pain cant. Terminate rage litanies. Suspend vengeance rites. Reduce grief references to archived data. Combat only. Function only. No answer to the mirror. Darren's voice flickered. Compliance. Morn answered from the upper killing floor, surrounded by dead Terminators and traitor corpses. Compliance. Routh received the order and felt something clamp down inside his armor. Pain dimmed, not vanished, categorized. The screaming from the sealed chamber disappeared from memory access. The false Ferris voice became sound without authority. The hate remained, but no longer moved outward as offering. Across the Forge temple, the iron hands fell silent. Not the silence of comfort, not the silence of peace, the silence of a blade refusing to sing for the hand that wished to steal it. The crucible recoiled, its walls shuddered, demon metal blistered. The false Ferris mask screamed again, but now the sound carried frustration. Emperor's children voices howled in the depths, demanding response, demanding rage, demanding the old wound open wider. Thousand Suns' sorcery flared and stuttered as the emotional geometry buckled. Thol ripped his axe free and struck Vorhax's glass reliquary. The first blow cracked it. Vorhax shrieked, "No, that is origin, that is continuity, that is self." The second blow broke the glass. Fluid spilled. The preserved organic remnants flopped wetly against the inside of the chest cavity, suddenly exposed, small, pale, trembling. Thol reached in with his new bionic hand. "You should have corrected this weakness." He crushed the relic flesh. Vorhax's vast machine body spasmed, limbs lashed, faces screamed. Then Thol split the heretic's central frame from collar to reactor shrine, and Magos Crucibilis Vorhax came apart in a rain of meat, oil, glass, and dying code. The path to the core opened. Thol walked alone into the last chamber. Behind him, Morn held the line with the remnants of Averni. Routh bled from fresh wounds and stood over the kill route with his carbine raised. The sons of Medusa cut through the western spine and severed the final relays without asking for praise. Sarlocke was gone, his reactor fire still burning in the belly of the Forge temple like a dead star. The core was quiet. No Ferris waited there. No Fulgrim lounged upon a throne. There was only a mirror. It stood upright in the center of a pool of living metal, tall as an Astartes, black at the edges, silver at the heart. Its surface rippled and formed a figure. Iron Father Varen Thol looked back at himself. Not a demon wearing his face, not a simple reflection. A perfected version, made from living metal, griefless, merciless, without blood beneath the armor, without hesitation in the hand, without any need to call cruelty logic, because it had become cruelty without need of justification. The mirror Thol opened its eyes. Its voice was his own, stripped of breath and soul. You are what killed your father. The mirror struck first. It moved with the exact precision of Iron Father Varen Thol, stripped of blood, hesitation, memory, oath, and wound. It did not roar, it did not posture, it did not offer challenge. It advanced from the pool of living metal and killed with the calm of a machine that had never known why killing mattered. Thol met it in the core of the Hell Ferrum crucible, while the forged temple died around them. Power axe struck living metal, and the chamber rang like a cracked bell. The mirror self parried with a blade formed from its own forearm, silver black and wet with demon light. Sparks burst between them. Thol drove forward, servo arms snapping over his shoulder to crush the creature's helm. The mirror caught the servo claw in its free hand and squeezed. Sacred pistons ruptured. Hydraulic fluid sprayed. The claw folded inward with a shriek of tortured metal. Your correction is incomplete, the mirror said. Thol answered by slamming his bionic fist into its face. The blow would have crushed ceramite, shattered bone, pulped a mortal torso into paste. The mirror's face flowed around the impact and reformed with Thol's own cold lenses staring back. It drove 2 fingers through the seal beneath his breastplate. Pain detonated inside him. The living metal punched through armor, through layered fiber bundles, through ribs, and into the soft heat that still remained beneath all his correction. One of his lungs tore. Blood flooded the inner cavity of his armor. Combat stimulants surged into his veins. Pain suppressors fired. His remaining biological nerves screamed under the chemical command to endure. The mirror leaned closer. There. Flesh. Thol locked his damaged servo arm around the creature's shoulder and brought his axe up one-handed. The blade bit into the mirror's side and carved through living metal that bled silver fire instead of blood. The mirror did not flinch. It hooked one knee behind Thol's leg and drove him down against the pool's edge, hard enough to crack the armor along his spine. Above them, the chamber's walls pulsed with stolen faces. Dead iron hands, dead serfs, dead skitari, dead guardsmen, dead traitors, all reflected in the liquid metal, all watching without eyes. The crucible wanted judgment. It wanted rage. It wanted Thol to deny, to scream, to hate, to feed it one last perfect offering. You are what killed your father, the mirror repeated. Thol's helm lenses burned red in the dark. No. The mirror struck him again. Its fist drove into his abdomen, broke armor seals, and ruptured something wet and necessary inside him. Blood ran down his thighs within the war plate. Warning runes filled his sight. Secondary heart strain, organ breach, respiratory failure imminent, pain response escalating, flesh failure spreading. The mirror read the same data through corrupted reflection. Ferrus died because flesh failed. You know this. You built yourself upon it. You cut away your softness. You spent the weak. You corrected the brother who hesitated. You sealed the doors on the begging. You burned the loyal with the corrupt. You chose iron again and again. I am your conclusion. Thol's axe haft creaked in his grip. You are enemy construct. I am honest function. You are demon appetite. I am freedom from contradiction. The mirror's chest opened like a shrine. Inside was no heart, no organs, no relic flesh preserved in cowardice like Vorhax. Only a core of living metal shaped into the symbol of an open hand. No grief, it said. No pity, no father, no failure, only iron. Thol rose slowly. His body wanted to collapse. His armor refused permission. His remaining flesh had become a mass of alarms, pressure leaks, internal bleeding, crushed ribs, and burning nerves. The machine portions obeyed. The flesh portions screamed. He let them. Screaming was not command. Pain was data. Data was not master. Beyond the core, Garen Morn was dying. He knew it and did not alter pace. The Averni Terminator had fought his way to the control altars with Routh at his side and the corpses of his own squad behind him. The last Emperor's Children champion waited there, tall and glittering, armor split by old wounds and still beautiful in the way of a polished execution knife. He had no helm. His face was too perfect, too pale, too full of delight. Rings of severed bionic fingers hung from his throat. A sonic blade purred in his hand. Morn's torso was already open. A living metal hook had split his Terminator plate from shoulder to hip, and the champion's blade had finished the wound. Gene-wrought organs showed beneath shattered ceramite, glistening red and grey. Blood steamed on his armor. One lung hung against the inner rib bracing, pulsing weakly before a life support clamp crushed it closed. His Stormbolter was empty. His power fist still worked. Routh fired past him into the altar's control nodes. Bolt rounds detonated among brass skulls, nerve cables, and black crystal lenses. His new left arm shook from impact recoil, but it held. His machine eye painted weak points across the altar structure, while the crucible tried to show him a cleaner body, a future without grief, a brotherhood of perfect living metal. He ignored the vision, because Thol's order still held. No answer to the mirror. The Emperor's Children champion laughed as he slipped beneath Morn's first swing and opened the veteran farther with his blade. Blood splashed the reactor shrine. Morn staggered. The traitor pressed close, smiling into his broken helm. Your father died on his knees. Morn's power fist closed around the champion's skull. No. The traitor stabbed him again. The blade punched through Morn's chest and out his back. The champion kept smiling until Morn lifted him bodily from the deck and slammed his head against the reactor shrine. Once. Bone cracked. Twice. The smile broke. Again. The skull flattened. Teeth burst across the shrine. Eyes popped. The beautiful face became pulp under black iron. Morn kept crushing until the champion's head was a red smear across the reactor casing and the body twitched without command. Routh destroyed the final altar with a crack charge wedged beneath its core. The blast threw him against the wall. He hit hard enough to crack armor and feel one of his support organs spasm beneath his ribs. When his vision cleared, Morn stood over him, swaying, his torso split open, one arm hanging by cables, the other dripping the champion's remains from the fist. The veteran looked toward the path ahead. His final order was not poetic. Advance. Then Garen Morn fell forward onto the altar he had helped destroy, and the remaining light in his helm went dark. Routh rose. He advanced. In the western spine, the sons of Medusa completed their own slaughter. Captain Kerix Megara led the final assault against the Noospheric escape conduit, where the Crucible had tried to pour itself into orbit, into the fleet, into every machine spirit and augmetic limb still linked to the war. The conduit was a tower of screaming wire, demon metal, and liquid silver, ringed by heretic adepts whose bodies had been reduced to spines, hands, and mouths. Sons of Medusa breachers cut through them with plasma and bolter fire. Servo arms tore cables free. Chain blades opened machine priests from groin to throat and spilled black oil with their organs. Megara reached the conduit's central spine and drove his power axe into it until the blade lodged fast. The Crucible spoke to him in the voice of exile. They cut you away. They named you Fracture. They never forgave you. Megara placed one bionic hand upon the axe haft and pushed deeper. Correct, and still we fight. The conduit shattered. Warp light burst outward, caught against containment charges, folded in on itself, and died screaming through every dead mouth wired to the tower. The demon engine could not escape into the noosphere. Megara transmitted only one report. Western objective complete. Thol heard it in the core, while the mirror circled him. Acknowledged, he said. No thanks followed. Megara did not expect one. Their alliance remained what it had always been in the blood of Medusa. Effective, cold, unresolved. The mirror self lunged. Thol let it come. The creature fought like an iron hand perfected by hell. No pain slowed it. No loyalty constrained it. No grief anchored it. No oath made it choose one wound over another. It was pure correction without purpose, pure cruelty without strategy, pure iron without hand, blade, master, or meaning. It had no weakness, because it had nothing left that could be strong. Thol finally saw the flaw, not with warmth, not with enlightenment, not with forgiveness. He did not suddenly love flesh. He did not kneel before mercy. He did not weep for Ferrus Manus, or for the billions he had spent. He did not become what he was not. He simply rejected the equation. The mirror drove its blade arm toward his throat. Thol stepped inside the strike, allowed it to pierce the side of his neck seal, and locked his remaining servo stump against the mirror's shoulder. Blood filled his gorget. His axe rose. The flesh is not strength, Thol said. The mirror smiled with his face. The machine is not salvation. The smile faltered. Thol drove his forehead into the mirror's helm, cracking his own faceplate and denting the living metal beneath. Purpose is iron. He buried his power axe in the demon's false heart. The blade punched through the open hand symbol in the mirror's chest. Living metal convulsed around the weapon. The mirror screamed with Thol's voice, Sarloc's voice, Ferris's stolen voice, Fulgrim's laughter, Vorhax's code, Bannock's sermon, and the cries of every corpse the crucible had made into a mouth. Thol pushed until the axe head burst from the creature's back in a fan of silver fire. Then he opened a channel to orbit. Ferrum Invicta, fire on my position. The ship answered through static and damage warnings. Friendly assets remain within blast radius. Confirmed. Gene seed recovery projection low. Confirmed. Orbital strike will destroy primary Forge Temple and surrounding districts. Confirmed. Authorization phrase required. Thol looked into the mirror's collapsing face. Iron remains. In orbit, the Ferrum Invicta fired. Macro shells fell like moons. They entered the atmosphere as burning verdicts, punching through storm, smoke, ash, and the psychic scream rising from the Forge Temple. The first struck the outer manufactorum ring and flattened it into a circle of white fire. The second hit the temple crown, driving downward through kilometer-thick armorcrete, bronze shrines, reactor stacks, and demon metal growth. The third and fourth came together, splitting the foundation and opening the earth beneath the crucible. The Forge Temple ceased to be architecture. It became impact, pressure, molten iron, powdered bone, and annihilation. The blast radius swallowed everything. Cultists still chanting around the outer shrines were erased. Slaves chained inside furnace pits vanished with their chains. Prisoners sealed in nerve cages burned before they knew the shape of light. Guardsmen fighting in the lower galleries died beside the mutants they were killing. Servitors cooked inside their own metal frames. Corrupted machine hosts burst apart. Dead Iron Hand's puppets collapsed into ash. Emperor's children screamed in pleasure until the pressure wave crushed their enhanced bodies into fluid. Rubric Marines vanished beneath molten stone. Dark Mechanicum adepts became black silhouettes burned into the walls an instant before the walls became vapor. Millions more died. The Iron Hands marked the loss as acceptable. When the firestorm passed,
Forgast Secundus had a new crater where its primary Forge Temple had stood. It glowed from orbit like an open furnace wound. The Hell Ferrum crucible was shattered. Its mirror core was broken into cooling fragments of dead silver. Its chant ended not with a curse, but with silence. Thol lived because his armor refused to let him die quickly, and because Routh found him beneath a slab of fused metal. The Iron Father was barely recognizable.
His armor was crushed, split, and burned. His bionic hand still gripped the haft of his embedded power axe. His organic systems were failing in several places. Blood had filled half the inner suit cavities. One side of his torso was caved inward. A normal man would have been paced, and Astartes would have been dead. Thol was a damaged asset with command authority. Routh and 2 tech marines dragged him from the ruin while the ground still smoked. Thol's cracked helm turned toward him. Report. Routh stood with one arm half-functional, his jaw plate split, his machine eye flickering, and his organic blood leaking into armor seals that no longer fully closed. Control altars destroyed. Veteran Sergeant Morn expended. Sons of Medusa objective complete. Crucible shattered. Enemy? Routed. Burning. Pursuit ongoing. Self-assessment. Routh hesitated. His armor detected it. This time he spoke before Thol could. Flesh failure extensive. Function remains. Thol stared at him through broken lenses. Acceptable. They found Sarlocc 3 hours later. Not the dreadnought shell. That was gone, consumed in the secondary Heart's detonation, scattered through the lower ruin as melted adamantium, broken reactor shielding, and sanctified fragments too small to rebuild. What remained was the sarcophagus core, blasted free, crushed almost flat, sealed in blackened coolant ice beneath a collapsed support arch. Inside, the corpse still lived. Barely. The Ancient was a ruin inside a ruin. His flesh had been burned, boiled, frozen, and shocked by the death of his own godlike shell. He should have ceased. He did not. Monitors flickered with faint life signs. Neural patterns crawled like wounded insects across the display. A voice emerged from the sarcophagus grill, so low it could have been static. Useful? Thol stood over him, supported by surgical braces and servo harness. Still. Then do not waste me. No. Sarlocc's ruined sarcophagus was marked for preservation and re-entombment. Not because he was loved, not because his sacrifice had softened the chapter, because even a broken ancient was still a weapon, and because memory, once proven useful, was not discarded while it still fired. Routh's final surgery took place aboard the Ferrum Invicta as Vorgast burned beneath the fleet. He remained conscious. That was required. His ruined battlefield arm was removed and replaced with a proper augmetic limb, black iron and silver jointing, each finger powerful enough to crack bone through armor. His jaw was opened again, the damaged plate removed, the bone beneath scraped clean and reinforced with a stronger assembly. His organic eye, damaged beyond tolerance by radiation, smoke, and refusal to blink during bombardment, was taken out with a hooked tool and replaced by a targeting lens that saw heat, motion, weakness, and range with superior honesty. He did not scream when the eye came free. His body attempted it. The pain engines recorded the attempt. The chirurgeon cut into his torso and replaced damaged organs with compact augmetic supports. Blood ran into steel drains. Bone dust gathered on the altar. His nerves fired until the world became white, then red, then clean black. Through it all, Thol watched from a throne of surgical support, too damaged to stand unaided, too stubborn to surrender command presence. When the last rite was complete, Routh was raised from the slab. He saw the chamber through his new eye. Perfect lines, threat outlines, heat blooms, stress fractures, flesh signatures beneath armor. No tears, no blur, no mercy from biology. Thol spoke. State lesson. Routh's voice emerged through his new jaw plate, harsher than before, closer to iron. The flesh failed. The Iron Father waited. Routh flexed his new hand. I did not. There was no praise. There was only acceptance into the path. Vorgast Secundus did not receive a victory parade. No masses were rescued in triumph. No bells rang clean across liberated plazas. No banners were raised above cheering crowds. The world survived as a crippled forge asset, its hives broken, its population gutted, its skies poisoned by ash, its dead beyond counting. The Imperium would refill its factories with new bodies. The Mechanicus would reconsecrate what machinery remained. The Astra Militarum would tally regiments lost and request replacements. The Iron Hands would take gene seed, salvage relics, record efficiency, and leave. They were powerful because they were relentless, because they did not break when other warriors drowned in horror, because they wielded tanks, dreadnoughts, tech marines, servo-automata, heavy infantry, and orbital fire as parts of one merciless engine, because they could look upon a battlefield of billions and see pressure, value, motion, and outcome. They were cruel because compassion appeared to them as contamination inside strategy, because mercy resembled hesitation, because the wounded slowed the advance, because the weak drew resources from the strong, because the chapter had spent 10,000 years teaching itself that the soft answer was always the first step toward ruin. They hated their flesh because Ferrus Manus died. They had spent 10,000 years trying to amputate grief from their souls. One hand, one eye, one organ, one brother, one memory at a time. They had not succeeded. They had only armored it. They had made it useful. They had made it terrible. The Iron Hands fleet translated from Vorgast Secundus, without him or farewell. Behind them, the planet burned. Ahead, another war zone called. No heroic speech crossed the Vox. No comfort. No promise. Only a transmission from the black ships of Medusa to the next dying world. Weakness detected. Correction inbound.